Good morning. I would like to call the Municipal District of Taber January 27th regular meeting of council to order. We have an agenda in front of us. We do have a scheduled item for closed session at, we'll move into it at 9:25. But at this time, is there any other additions or deletions to the agenda?
I can accept the agenda as presented.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That, and I should note, we have Ernie Peters, Councillor Ernie Peters and Councillor David Torrey are online via Zoom. This is completely an acceptable way of attending, but for them, I will watch for your hand to be raised, or if I'm not catching your hand, the other counselors will help me out with that, or you could text Arliss or I to make sure we don't miss you. So I'm glad you were able to join via Teams. Okay, declarations of conflict, pecuniary and or conflict of interest.
I'll speak to that now. So as Reed Meanag has mentioned before, I have a cultivated lease. It's been brought up in paperwork that I have a cultivated lease. We toured the MD. Remember, I have a cultivated lease. It wasn't hid that I have a cultivated lease. It was well known to everybody. And I asked Reed Meanag if it was a pecuniary interest or conflict, and she didn't say yes or no. She said every councillor has to make a decision on their own on that. So it wasn't yes or no. It was said each councillor has to make their decision on that on their own. So then I looked to what Councillor Reynolds, I've been on council before, has done, and he's with the grass. He's got a with the MD. He was voting with it, so I went with. I think he should represent his people, and I went with I should represent my people. So I'm thinking if Councillor Reynolds doesn't have a pecuniary interest, I'm not sure how I have one. We're doing the same job on the same thing. So seems like in the background, people are saying I have a pecuniary interest. If that's the case, then I'll step aside on the grazing. I mean, on the cultivated, but I think Murray should have to step aside on the grazing then because he's got an interest in the grazing. So if we're going to declare a pecuniary interest on, I'll step out on the cultivate at least, but then I think Murray should have to step out on the grazing then. So I'm not sure what everybody thinks. If I got a pecuniary interest, I'll step out on the cultivated land. Won't make any decisions. Anything I've discussed, I'll step out on. But then I think Councillor Reynolds should have to do the same thing. I'm not sure everybody's opinion is, but.
I guess I'll declare it a pecuniary interest. I'm in a grazing association that leases 1/4 of tax recovery land from the MD. There's no oil revenue on it. And the capacity for 1 year for that quarter is 7 head. So with 20 members and probably 1,350 animals on their association, my cow might step foot on that ground maybe once in 10 years, but I will step out of talks on grazing leases.
Martin?
So I'll declare pecuniary interest on the cultivated land. I'll step out on that. I won't discuss it no more, and I will step out of the room on it then.
Okay. All right. Any other declarations of conflict, pecuniary, or conflict of interest? We'll continue on with the agenda. Number 4, protocol items.
We had the opportunity to attend the Taber Chamber of Commerce banquet and awards ceremony on Friday evening, a really nice affair. like to just review the awards that were handed out or extended that evening. For Citizen of the Year, it was Burns Wood that received that award. And also Martin DeBleeger was recognized as a memorial award that was issued for the Citizen of the Year as well. Both very worthy recipients of that award. The Business of the Year was Pinnacle Plants and Landscaping. Customer Service Award was Tabin Supply, and Spirit of Tabor Award was given to Tabor Special Needs. Just a really nice evening, and yeah, a good program afterwards. It was great to be part of that event.
Thank you. Yeah, always impressive to see those who are contributing to our region. Any other protocol items or announcements? Thank you. Then we'll continue on with the confirmation of minutes. December 9th, 2025, joint meeting of council minutes. This was a meeting of the MD of Tabor, Town of Tabor, Town of Vauxhall, and Village of Barnwell. Someone would like to move these minutes?
I give a motion to accept the minutes from December 9th joint meeting of council minutes.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor? Thank you. For those who can't see, on the screen, I can see Councillor Tory with his hand raised and virtually, and I can see Councillor Peters with his hand raised on screen. Okay, the next set of minutes, January 13th, 2026, regular meeting of council minutes.
I'll move those minutes.
Thank you. January 13th, 2026, regular meeting of council minutes are moved as presented. Though, any questions or comments? Those in favor? I just lost those two councillors online, so I can't see them right now. Oh, there they are, and it's good. Thank you. Those minutes are carried. Okay, in order of time, I'm actually just going to move RCMP report by Sergeant Stu Gemmell to the top of the call for people to speak. And Happy New Year and nice to see you.
Thank you. I'm here to present the December 2025 stats for my detachment. Last month, we responded to 105 calls for service. 93 were within the MD of Tabor. We had one impaired driver last month. We had 14 criminal code violations reported to us, 11 within the MD. We had 7 911 hang-up calls, and all 7 were from within the MD of Tabor. We did 16 criminal records checks and 3 fingerprints for the general public. Okay, going down to patrols. We did 7 patrols of Enchant, 19 patrols of Grassy Lake, 7 patrols of Hayes for 33 Hamlet patrols. We did 2 patrols of the Enchant campground. We conducted 79 patrols of the MD of Tabor. Our patrols and our tickets are down. Last month, we've been dealing with shortages, but everybody's back now, and we're hoping that these numbers will be much higher next month. We wrote 6 tickets, all within the MD of Tabor, and traffic services wrote none. Going down to the provincial crime gauge, this compares 2024 to 2025. Persons crimes are up 71%. Property crime was up 4%. Other criminal code was up 7%. Break and enters were down 32%. Theft of motor vehicles saw 1 fewer instance, and theft under 5,000 saw a 25% increase. Going down to my comments, we laid charges in 2 criminal investigations during the month of December. Property crime in December was as follows. There were 4 complaints of theft under 5,000 reported to us. 2 were found to not actually have occurred when the items missing were located. The other 2 were to construction sites where in one instance copper wire was stolen and the other some tools. The detachment participated in check stops, the National Impaired Driving Enforcement Day on December 6th, along with targeted patrols for the holiday season. And like I said earlier, 1 impaired driver was taken off the road last month. That's was our December. Are there any questions or concerns? No.
So that 71% of persons crime, that would be, that's year over year, that's the entire year compared to the 24?
Yeah, 24 compared to 25, it was
So-
up 71%.
That's a significant increase, I would say.
For sure.
So what are most of those crimes, what would they be related to?
They'd be like all persons where you have a victim, so assaults with weapon, sexual assaults, those types of, yeah.
So persons, not property.
Persons, not property, that's right. Yeah.
Any other questions for Sergeant Gemmell? We're glad you're at full strength, and we appreciate the ongoing work that you and your detachment are doing for the MD of Tabor.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So a motion to receive the RCMP report.
I can make a motion to receive the RCMP report.
Any questions or comments on the RCMP report? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you, online. And now we'll move back to call for people to speak. It's an opportunity that we provide at every council meeting. Anyone who would like to address council may do so at this time. And I'll just go by, we have 5 people in the gallery from the public. If you were planning to address council, I'll just be made aware. Okay, so we'll go with, I don't know how we select an order. We never really, whoever comes first. Well, you sent a pile of documents, so let's have you come to the mic and explain what you've sent. So, I'll let them introduce themselves. You know all of council, and I just want council to be aware, in case you haven't been in your email, we received an email with 5 attachments at 12:41 a.m. this morning.
Thanks for giving us some time to speak. I'm sorry about the lateness of those emails. We start reviewing them as soon as we can when we receive them, but the attachments of the drafts come out, Friday, and then we do our best. So it was a late night of reviewing. What I've provided in the email is just
Sorry, I know your names, but we'll just read them
sorry.
in for the record, and if you're representing someone,
absolutely.
or if you're just representing yourselves.
Kim Davis, on behalf of the Old Man River Leaseholders Association.
Yeah, and Henry Dawson on behalf of the Old Man River Leaseholders Association.
So to continue, sorry.
Okay, before you continue, John.
I have a question, and who's part of this group? Because we've received communication that we're not certain as to who this group is.
Well, as stated in a letter or an email that I sent you guys, we do not represent all the leaseholders. I don't know if we've really talked to any of the tendered.
We have. So we've worked hard to get in contact with as many leaseholders as possible, but we have no way of knowing whether we have all leaseholders. We do know that we're in communication with 80% of the total acres that are leased by the MD of Tabor. So we represent or have been in communication with a significant majority of landholders.
So just for my clarification, because I asked Henry this at the last meeting on purpose for my own sake.
Right.
And Henry did say he represented all. Now we have an email from Henry saying that he doesn't represent all. And then Kim, you just said you've been in contact with the 80% of the lease land base. So do you represent them, or you're representing? And the only reason is I have zero issue with you guys presenting for yourselves, but it's important because this council is being scrutinized for accepting information on behalf of all.
Right.
And so I'm trying to navigate both sides of this. Yes, Martin, sorry, I didn't see your hand.
So the last council meeting, I don't know, I felt it was kind of leading a little bit because we had another member of community at large made it clear on a piece of paper saying they didn't represent them. So council as a whole, we already knew they didn't represent everybody. So the wording might have been incorrect what they said. They don't represent all, because we got presented a piece of paper that day with a resident that said he didn't represent them. So we knew already it wasn't all. So we led them to say all, which we knew wasn't. Kind of, I'm thinking, I'm not sure how to word it properly. I don't want to get legal trouble, but the council already knew they didn't represent all because they had somebody in that said they didn't represent them. So maybe it was wording what they said. So we already knew they didn't represent all. It wasn't, I don't know how to say it properly. I'm running on a little sleep here.
I'm gonna go to John, but then I'm gonna go to myself next.
So I agree that that was asked, and then we were presented with something, but some time had passed. There was a meeting between there where then the question was asked again. So we didn't know in the meantime if they'd reached out to everybody. So there's no way to know that. So asking the question was the right thing to do because time had passed between the time that letter was submitted to us and the question was asked. There had been at least 2 weeks.
Martin?
Oh, I'll let you.
Okay, well, my point is, I don't appreciate you saying I'm asking a leading question when I'm trying to get to the bottom of this, because I asked specifically if they represented all, because I'm getting phone calls and emails from other people saying, they don't represent me, you need to fix this. So it's a bit overwhelming as a counselor to get it on every side. So I'm trying to understand who they represent. And I really thought we would get a list. So, but whether it's leading or not, I'm trying to get to the bottom. It was not leading, it was trying to get clarification. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate you clarifying that then, because like we had a constituent that said it. So I'm thinking that it should have been, we could have just said, you represent all, but we had somebody that said you didn't represent them. Do you represent them? I think we would have been a way to go, just so we knew the facts. So we were just asking questions. We had a piece of information. We knew that somebody said they didn't. So we could ask the question. We had somebody come in and said, you represent all. Did you talk to them? Would have been done, end of discussion. It'd have been done. We could have solved this a long time ago, but
So I
We
think
did.
Henry apologized for misspeaking that day. Like it was, obviously incorrect. And I think that was very apparent even before he said it. So we'll take away, like if the request is for a list, let us take that away. We just want to make sure that we're not breaching some kind of confidentiality, anything like that. But let us assess whether we can provide you a list. And then what we can do is we can provide you a list of who has actually signed a document and who we have sent communication to. Because there's two kind of different groups there. Some during the physical meetings came and signed, and then others we have reached out to, asked if they would like to be informed and represented by us, and they've returned the emails. So yeah, if that does that satisfy you if we do that? I just want to make sure we're doing right by our people too.
Yeah, ultimately, I wanted to make sure when anyone
Yeah.
says, for example, when Sergeant Gemmell is here speaking on behalf of the RCMP, I know he's speaking on behalf of his detachment. I don't know the contents. I thought I did. I thought it was all. And then I got a call and an email from not just one, several people.
Yeah.
And so it is challenging if we accept all, because if every leaseholder believes or states what you're stating, I weight that differently.
So we did retract that. We do, like I said, 80% of the land held is in contact with us and is aware of what we're proceeding with. But sorry.
John?
I'm just wondering if that's been signed off on by those leaseholders.
I think that's what I explained. There's some that have physically signed a document. There's others that have been in communication and accepted by email.
So the 80% number, is that signed on, or is that just people that have signed documents
It's
that
both.
they attended meetings?
It's both.
Oh, so there's some that don't know they're being represented by you? Because
No,
they
they've been-
they haven't
we've-
signed a document saying that
We
you
have
can
been in
represent them.
contact. So they have written, like, they have written us.
Martin?
Just to be clarified, like, it's not an exact number, the 80. 80 is an estimate. We're not gonna say, okay, it's 80.
That's right. It's an
Correct.
estimate.
80 is an estimate.
Sorry, folks. It's an estimate.
It's an estimate best you can, because you got like, you gotta keep updating. Didn't get the information till Friday, so it's an estimate on.
Right. And we
Yes.
don't have a list. That's the other thing, is we don't necessarily have the most current and up-to-date list. So we're working the best we can to be a unified voice. I hope we can move forward. If you need us to represent ourselves today, I'm happy to put this forward as myself.
I think you can, I guess the point is, we understand you don't represent all.
Yeah.
Correct.
So go ahead and present what you have. But I'm actually gonna put a wrench in that. We have a closed session item at 9:25 that we have,
Oh, shoot.
I know, I'm sorry, but we have an advice from officials that is legal. And so we have an obligation to meet that. So rather than interrupt you, I think we should take pause now. Or,
I have to head out. I would say my intention is not to go through each of those documents.
okay,
I just will let you know what's there, and you can review it on your own. But yeah, if that,
okay, go ahead. And so it's 9:23
And then
based
if-
on my clock. We'll go for about 4 minutes and then we have to go into closed.
and if you want to recall Henry after.
Yeah, if he
yeah.
chooses to stay after, then that's fine.
So we presented feedback on the terms for both community and like terms as in length of the leases for both community and transitional grazing leases. We have feedback on the land sale policy, the cultivated leases, and the overall grazing policy that are in those documents. So that's why there's 5 documents. They're just separated, so it makes it easy to correlate to the particular document that it's referring to. Sorry, they're not as long as you would think. There's just lots of them.
I reviewed them this
Yeah,
morning.
okay, thank you for that.
And I'll come back afterwards and
Okay.
Okay.
So, thank you for taking the time to come, and I realize it is a bit unfortunate that we have this time set, but that is the case. So at this time, council, we will resume after closed session, returning to the call for people to speak. So anyone who would like to address council, but at this time, we're going to enter, I would ask for a motion to enter into closed session. Closed session, we have 2 items. We actually have 4 items, but the other 2 will be dealt with later in the day. So closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 28 sub 1 sub B of the ATIA, privileged information 28, legal privilege matters. And then the next item is a closed session pursuant to section 1972 of the MGA, section 19 of Access to Information Act, disclosure harmful to personnel privacy. So a motion to go into closed.
Motion to go into closed session.
Thank you. Councilor We're live? All right, so at this time, a motion to come out of closed.
I can give you a motion to come out of closed session.
Counselor Takeda makes a motion to come out of closed at 9:55 a.m. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? Okay, we are out in open. And we're going to continue on with the matter at this time so that we can continue on with the closed session item. Does any counselor have any statement they want to make?
Yeah, I declare a conflict or with a closed session item, so I'll have to step out.
Pecuniary interest or conflict?
Human interest.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, now we can make a motion to go into closed session.
Motion to go into closed session.
Murray at 9:56. Any questions? Those in favor? Okay, at this time, we'll have a motion to come out of closed. Lane makes the motion to come out of close at 10:46 a.m. All right. Oh, those in favor of coming out of closed, that motion is carried. Okay, any motions coming out of closed session?
Yes.
Okay, John.
I would like to, for council to make a motion that council direct administration to retain legal counsel to proceed with an application pursuant to section 175, sub 2, sub A, sub I of the Municipal Government Act, asking the court whether Councillor Condor has ceased to be qualified to be a councillor. I would also ask that the vote be recorded.
I've emailed. Okay, we will, there's a motion on the floor. We'll have it placed in front of us. But if at this time, if any counselor would like to speak to this motion, they may do so. Lane.
I appreciate Councillor Turcado's comments and position on this. This is an important matter before council. The one thing that I think is appropriate for us to consider is that if council decides to move forward with this or not, it doesn't tie the hands of the public from being able to follow through and appeal to the courts for a decision on this matter. I do have a concern with council making a decision to take action against another member of council. The other thing that council needs to consider in making this decision is that there is going to be significant costs involved in taking this forward through the courts. And if we let the public that have raised this make that decision as to whether or not they want to take that course of action, we're not preventing them from being able to do so. And I'll be voting against this motion.
John.
Doing the right thing is never easy, and the motion that I've made is the right thing for council to do, to ensure that the public has confidence in this council and this municipality. That's so important.
Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? This is a very challenging motion for certain. But in order to maintain confidence of the public, and we know of 3 counselors in the last 3 years who have ensured they didn't continue on with the discussion on pecuniary interest. It places us all in a very difficult position when we ourselves don't rule on our own pecuniary interest. And so in order to maintain the confidence of the public, I will vote in favor, because I think it is best left to the court, because we have already had a ruling from lawyers and that hasn't been adequate. So perhaps this matter has to be dealt with at the court level. Anyone else want to speak to this matter? Could we have the motion in front of us when you're ready? And then John will just confirm. Okay, so the motion reads, council directs the CEO to retain legal counsel to proceed with an application pursuant to section 175, sub 2, sub A, sub 1 of the Municipal Government Act, asking the court to decide whether Councillor Condor has ceased to be qualified to remain a councillor. The vote has asked to be recorded. Last call for any comments or questions. Those in favor of the motion. Those opposed to the motion. The vote for those who are not in the room or who are online, it is 3 in favor, 3 opposed. That motion fails. Is there any other motions related to this matter that you would like to, a council would like to place? Lane.
I would like to move that the letter from Carl Law Office be accepted as information.
All right. The motion is that the letter from Carl Law Office dated January 16, 2025 be accepted for information. Any discussion on this this motion?
Hi, this is David Torrey. I'd like to say something if it's possible.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Tory.
Okay, I'm in favor of this motion because I think, I believe that Marty has tried to be open with this issue. He's looked for advice, and he's a new councillor, and he wants to represent his people. If he would have been given clear advice that this would disqualify him, I think he would have let his lease go. And so I'm not condoning what he did. I'm saying he made a mistake, but not in trying to be malicious or to hide that he had a lease from any of us. And so if he now is willing to step out for cultivated leasing, and if the people that wrote this legal document feel that that Marty is such a threat to RMD that they want to pursue legal action against him, when he is clearly just trying to represent leaseholders, in my mind, then I would not want the MD to pay for that. I would expect that those people, if they're feeling that aggressive towards Marty, and none of us are all going to agree on how things should go, and I don't agree with Marty on everything, but I do know that he's a good person who's just trying to represent his people as an elected official, and he's admitted to making a mistake, and I'm willing to accept that information as far as the letter into the record, and then let the public decide what they want to do. But Marty is not going to be involved in any further discussions on cultivated leasing, and I think that's appropriate. And I think that there was enough vague language related to all of our training on this that I'm very confident that if this goes to court, if people decide to push this to court, then Marty will not be removed from office. But I don't think that we should have to pay for that. If Marty's willing to admit that he had pecuniary interest, but that he was trying, and Marty's not a liar. He's a good person. I would stand by that anywhere. And he was trying to get advice on this all along. And there is this fine line of making your own decision, and I think he wishes that he had made a different decision, but I don't think that this disqualifies him from being an elected official. He is now he was looking to ask for advice, and so I'm willing to support this motion. That's all.
Thank you. John,
I'm definitely in opposition to this motion. If we're gonna do nothing, let's do nothing. What's the point of this motion? It doesn't do a damn thing. So I'm opposed to this. Doing the right thing was the previous motion, and this is nothing. It's pretty clear what pecuniary interest is, and this is very clear. When I first got on council, the first 5 minutes of being on council, pecuniary interest was brought up. This is very clear. Everybody knew. To say you didn't know is ridiculous.
so I'm going to vote in favor of this motion because I think it needs to be entered into the record. We all have taken the training, and our administration did provide legal advice that we are not open to share that was very clear what pecuniary interest was. Again, I worry not doing anything, so that's why I will vote in favor. At least it's entered into our record, and we recorded the vote on the prior motion. We have an obligation to adhere to the MGA. We have an obligation to do what we're supposed to do. And it's never easy. This is terrible for all of us to even be involved with. But for those reasons of having it entered at least into the record, and with hope that each one of us will do the right thing as we move forward, I will vote in favor of it. And I will ask for a recorded vote. All right, if we can have the motion in front of us. Lane, is that correct?
Yep, that's correct. So I'll move that the letter from Carl Law Office dated January 16th, 2026 be accepted for information.
Those in favor? Those opposed? The vote is 4 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion is carried. Any other matters related to this item? With that, I'll ask Marty to come back in, but we'll take a 10-minute recess. So we're going to resume council. Are we live? Okay. All right.
I'm here. This is David Turley.
Okay, good. Thank you. So we will continue on. Now, we did have a second item in closed session, but out of respect for public engagement and the call for people to speak, I already had one resident advise he had to leave. So if council is willing, we will deal with the public engagement process before we deal to that other item in close. I'm just looking for head nods from, yeah, okay. We have enough head nods. We will continue on with the call for people to speak. We have generally given 5 to 10 minutes, and if it was needed, we could extend it. Henry, you were at the table first. Are you ready to resume? For those online, it's Henry Tolsma coming to the mic.
Yeah, so you got that paperwork there. You certainly haven't had time to review it. It came in about 1 o'clock this morning, but I'd just like to make a few comments on some of the stuff on the community pastures, section 2.5. The second half of that pretty much is tied to policy. So anytime a policy changes it says the tenant further acknowledges, agrees, and accepts the amendments to the policy may impact the tenant's right under the lease. So if we have an agreement signed with you guys and a week later there's a policy change, our agreement's totally invalid. Like, it's just making a point there. And on 3.2, it talks about the, again, tied to policy, which was 2 times the AGLA rate, and with the right to renew, but then it points out that after the first 10 years, that rate, it says that after 10 years, except with respect to calculation of the rent. So I'm not sure why that changes after the first 10, where everything was just supposed to stay with that AGLA rate times a multiple. And also, we'd like to see under option to renew that tenants be granted first right of refusal at the end of each subsequent term. And so to sign in a lease agreement like that, we would like to see that whatever policy is, we would like to see them numbers on the contract. So when we bring it to legal before we sign, that we can see actually what we're signing, and not that everything reverts to policy. And as soon as policy changes, none of this has any value anymore. And we've had requests from some of the cultivated leaseholders, not all, just some leaseholders, for the MD to come up with a rate on the cultivated, because everyone knows that the land is for sale in 5 years, and speculators could bid an exorbitant rate and trigger a sale in the first year, speculating on future irrigation. If the MD comes up with a suitable rate to satisfy the MD, it could stay in the hands of the people on the land now and give them a chance to buy at appraised value. And just the way this is going, how close it is getting to the end of February, if it's all possible, we sure would like to see an extension on the leases, because with all this new information, I don't know if a person could ever get this done in time by the end of February. And I just wanted to bring something up that was kind of a surprise to us. We got a letter from the AGLA. The provincial government didn't decide just to they decided to review the whole lease rate, so they hired Saracon Incorporated. They were contracted by the government of Alberta to conduct the rental review and build a new calculator with the changes. A committee consisting of a rep from the AGLA, the NAGA, WSGA, and the ABP, which is Alberta Beef Producers. With government reps, they struck out to work with Saracon in an advisory role. This was, I think, done at the University of Lethbridge. And the committee met over summer and concluded its work in October, so the minister could review the recommendations and set the 2026 rental rate with a deadline in the middle of November. So they came up with a new number. It's a bit of a surprise to us because we were told when we talked to you guys the first time that it would be in that $14.50 range. And by the time they reviewed everything, they settled out at $9.94. So we're just suggesting that multiple of times two probably doesn't fit the program anymore. So we're suggesting like a multiple of 2.5 or whatever you guys come up with. But this was a bit of a surprise to us too, that it came in at this number. But they've revamped this, and that's what they came up with. And it is public knowledge. I believe it's online. So we just wanted to make this clear that we weren't trying to get that 2.0 and then surprise you later that it's less. We wanted to let you know up front that it is lower than what we were expecting, and that it should be dealt with accordingly. And that's about all I got to say.
Okay, thank you. Next, we'll just go front row to back row. And yeah, for sure. Just come to the front, and we have to use our mic because it's recorded and online, and if you just introduce yourself. David and Ernie, Mr. Rodwell just handed out a document. I'm going to, do we have one more copy? I'll just take a picture of it and then I'll give it. I'm going to send it to you. Yeah, we need one for Martin. And then I'm going to text you the guys online. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Tom Rodwell. I'm here on behalf of myself today. I prepared a statement, so I'll just read it in. I am here today out of concern as a ratepayer in the MD of Taber. I fall into a category that makes up an overwhelming majority of people in the MD. I am a residential property owner and a non-residential property owner. Over the last few years, I and the rest of the residential and non-residential property owners have been hit with huge property tax increases. Last year, for example, the MD lowered the mill rate on residential property by 3%. However, marketplace assessments increased roughly 7.5%. Coupled with the province's increase in the school tax, my property taxes rose approximately 20%. This year, it appears there will be another increase in school taxes, and now the province has announced it will be downloading more policing costs to municipalities. All the while, marketplace assessments continue to rise at unprecedented rates. The results will be catastrophic for residential and non-residential property owners. These increases are unsustainable, and it is no longer uncommon for residents to pay $500 to $1,000 plus a month. Yes, a month in residential property taxes, and even more for non-residential property owners. Personally, my residential property taxes have increased $1,000 a year for the past 3 years. My non-residential property has increased $2,000 a year for the past 3 years, and 50% in total over the last 5 years. A lot of residents are not well off, and this creates a real hardship for them and for area businesses. The MD is in danger. The MD is in danger of fast becoming an unaffordable place to live. If property taxes continue to increase, the MD may be in danger of losing the very businesses and residents that keep farms and farming industries running. Personally, had I known property taxes were going to be this out of control, I would have not built in the MD. We live in an area where prime irrigated land is routinely selling for around $3 million or $20,000 an acre. Yet the base assessment on that land is set at $450 per acre by the province and $350 per acre for dry land. To put this in perspective, at the 2025 MD of Taber, 12.7 mill rate on that $3 million quarter section of irrigated land is taxed at a $914 base rate. Contrast that to residential property using the same $3 million for dollar value, subject to the 2025 MD mill rate of 3.7, and you get $11,100. Non-residential property at a 9.51 mill rate on the same $3 million for dollar value works out to $28,530. That means dollar for dollar, the MDT rate, excluding provincial taxes for residential property taxes, 1,114% higher than on farmland. And the MDT non-residential property tax rate is a staggering 3,021% higher than on farmland, excluding provincial taxes. This level of taxation is outrageous, unsustainable, and frankly angering. I'm aware the current level of taxation does not cover the MD's operating costs and that the money from reserves has been used to make up the difference. I don't think I'd be alone if I said this is a real problem. The other part of this is the unfortunate reality that revenue from oil and gas will continue to decline through a combination of retirement of aging and unprofitable assets, shuttering of facilities, and defaults. That will be a significant loss in revenue to the MD going forward. Things like wind and solar will come nowhere close to replacing that revenue. On the other side of the ledger, operating costs will continue to rise. Infrastructure will age and face increased pressure, especially as farming capacity and activities increase. Add in inflation and the likelihood that the province will continue to download costs on municipalities, and you have the makings of a perfect storm. The MD of Taber has stated the single biggest expenditure year over year is road infrastructure, yet through no fault of the MD, none of the large multi-million-dollar farming infrastructure, buildings, corrals, that place a huge strain on the road system is subject to any taxation at all. I drive a pickup down the road. I haul my own garbage, haul my own water, and put little to no strain on the MD resources in comparison. Yet I pay a huge price for that privilege. Moving forward in the years to come, the MDT operating costs will continue to rise. The province will continue to download all the costs of the municipalities, and revenue from oil and gas taxation will continue to decline. So I ask, knowing that the MD cannot run deficits, where will the money come from? I'll say that again, where will the money come from? The MDT, or rather all the residents of the MDT, collectively own 81,535 acres of land received unencumbered from the province, valued at approximately $300 to $500 million. This is a huge asset. Revenue from the MDT tax recovery tax land grazing leases, 58,340 acres, was $40,838, or 70 cents an acre, or $3.20 per AUM non-tendered rate in the previous year. In addition, leaseholders were paid out $164,000 from oil well revenue. That means leaseholders received a payment of $123,162 per year more than what was paid to lease the land. That money would have otherwise been paid to the MD. So in essence, the MD has been losing $123,162 per year by leasing the lands. That payment was based on 410 wells at $400 each for loss of use. 410 wells at 3 acres each works out to a payout of $399 per lease for loss of use, when the leasee paid $2.10 total in rent on those same 3 acres. In addition, leases were allowed to be bought and sold for large amounts of money, possibly under the misconception that these leases could continue in perpetuity, contrary to what contracts clearly stated. The MD only received a fraction of those funds as a transfer fee. All of this against the backdrop of ever-increasing residential and non-residential property taxes. These leases are set to expire February 28, 2026. The previous council created a new policy that the current council seeks to make changes to. One of the proposed changes is to use a provincial grazing lease rate as a benchmark for setting MDT grazing lease rates. This is based on a formula the province uses and does not reflect market rates based on market value, and is akin to what takes place with the farmland assessment formula that the province uses. With the proposal to use 2 times the 2026 provincial rate of $9.94 per AUM for the MDT leases in 2026, That rate would be approximately $19.88 per AUM. Based on MDT provided data using the previous year, there was just shy of 13,000 AUM grazing on the MDT tax recovery grazing leases. That rate would yield a return of approximately $258,440. There is also a proposal that approximately $120,000 per year then be returned to the leaseholders for fixing fences around oil and gas leases. That would reduce the return actually received to $138,440 or $10.64 per AUM or $2.37 per acre. I don't know many that would consider that a fair return, especially when tendered lease rates averaged 93.75 cents per AUM or $20.51 per acre in the previous year. Using those numbers, the return from lease rates in 2026 would be just over $1 million. That is a huge difference between using tendered rates and the proposed set rate. Definition of a subsidy. Settling for less than market value can be considered an indirect subsidy if the transaction involves a government or a public body and confers a benefit that the recipient would not have received in the marketplace. Definition of conferring a benefit. The transaction must provide an economic advantage or the benefit to the recipient that they could not have obtained under normal market conditions. Selling a good for less than its market value directly provides such a benefit to the buyer. Definition of market value. The highest price expressed in terms of money that a property would bring in an open, unrestricted market between a willing buyer and a willing seller who are both knowledgeable, informed, and prudent, and who are acting independently of each other. Make no mistake, what is being proposed now amounts to a 78% discount over market rates. That, by definition, is a subsidy. Will council offer that same 78% discount on my property taxes? As a result from the MDT Commission survey presented to council March 26 and amended April 29th of last year showed that the majority, 57%, said that lease rates should be set on market value. 70% said oil and gas payments to leaseholders should be eliminated. 71% said leaseholders should not be able to sell their leases. 100% said payments for seismic and other considerations should be removed. And respondents were split 50-50 on whether the land should be sold. Given these results, in my opinion, the MD of Taber residents' expectations for the directions of lands policy was clearly defined. Settling for anything less than market value is tantamount to a subsidy. How will it be explained to the other 7,800 or so MDT ratepayers that the MD is willing to lease land at a potentially reduced rates contrary to what is clearly defined in the MD initiated survey? How will it be explained to the majority of residents made up of residential and non-residential property owners who are subject to taxation based on market value that they're essentially subsidizing someone's operation? The policy passed by the previous council addressed a lot of those concerns and struck as much of a balance as possible under the circumstances. If it is council's determination now to revisit the policy, then I would ask that they take into consideration their duty as defined in the Municipal Government Act, Section 153, which states municipal councilors have the following duties: to consider the welfare and interests of the municipality as a whole, as well as the MDT Council's own bylaws for policy and bylaw development and review policy, which states policy direction shall be set for the following reasons: to consider the public interest as a whole and not any specific special interest. The lands policy will have far-reaching consequences for the future of the fiscal health of the MD, its ability to regulate taxes, improve infrastructure, and supply services. I have the utmost respect for council. You were elected to represent approximately 8,000 residents of the MD, and it is my hope that you will take into account the preferences of the majority of the residents and give those expectations the weight they deserve in any decision-making process. I would also ask that you ask yourself, if you owned the land, would you make the same decisions? And if not, why would you allow it for the MDT publicly owned lands? Lastly, consider the effect of your decisions will be felt by all the residents of the MDT for many, many years to come. Will you be able to make the argument to the residential and non-residential property owners who are bearing the brunt of the tax increases that the MD did everything in its power to receive a fair return on its publicly owned assets? In the end, this isn't about any one group. It's about prudent management of a publicly owned asset for the benefit of all the citizens of the MD of Taber.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. Rodwell? Lane.
Thank you for the letter. Well written. Very good points that have been raised in it. And those are some of the things that council continues to wrestle with as to how to bring balance to the system of taxation that we're all having to deal with.
Well, I spent days researching it.
Well done.
This is David Torrey.
Yes, go ahead, David.
I just wanted to say thank you as well. That was a lot of effort, and there's some very, very good points in there, and we're definitely going to work on all of those issues. So, no, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, the back row is waving that they are not going to be speaking. So, council, I would suggest both presenters had documents that they, when we accept their presentation, that the documents be added to the minutes. If someone is willing to, maybe Lace, you can help us with that motion. And would you like them separate? So the documents attached to the letter.
I would address each individual call
Okay,
to
thank you.
speak, yeah, separately.
Sure, that's what I thought you would say. So on the first one, we received an email. I just got to see who it originated from. Oh, it says from the Old Man Leaseholder Association. It was emailed 2026-01-27-1241. So if someone wants to admit those 5 documents into the record.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor of admitting the Old Man Leaseholder 5 attached documents from the email from 01/27, January 27th. Everyone is in favor. Okay. And secondly, a motion to accept Tom Rodwell's written and verbal submission.
I'll give you a motion for that.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion's carried as well. It is very important, and MD of Tabor Council has continued on that to give people a chance to speak so that council can weigh in on additional information that we have at our avail. Okay, no one's online to speak or requested, so that moves us on. Now, council, do you want to deal, and I'm looking a bit to administration because we don't have much for details on that second item in closed session. Do you want to deal with that or just continue with the agenda?
It would be nice to deal with it. I don't imagine it'll take longer than a couple minutes, but
Okay.
I mean,
We already have a motion reading in, so,
we can easily just carry on with the agenda and then it,
well, let's see, it's 11:33. So if it doesn't take very long, then I propose we go into closed session at 11:55. And if council has a requirement to stay through a bit of our lunch, we will, but that doesn't disrupt the online or those who chose to attend. So I will move forward in the agenda, the consent agenda, reports, the CAO, starting with the CAO report.
yeah, so just kind of giving council a snapshot, at least recent goings on from the last couple of months. And again, it's presented there as included in the agenda, and we'll field any questions council might have. Of note, I believe you'll see it in here, is we've included kind of a 2025 snapshot of development specific ongoings. That just to be clear, that is not a review of the recently passed land use bylaw. It's just a reference to what development looked like in 2025. That's all.
that was a motion to include that document from the Municipal Planning Commission, because I do think it is noteworthy for our non-MPC members and the community to see the types of development, the numbers of municipal development applications, subdivisions. We had a significant change. The development officer is allowed to approve compliant applications. And this references how many of those were approved or not. So really encourage all members of council to be familiar with this and the public to take a look at this well-prepared document. As a motion was made by council to review the land use bylaw in 1 year, that process will be taking place and that will be forthcoming. But this is a snapshot of the year and it's very well done. So thank you to the planning team for that. This is a large document that the CAO prepares, and there's lots of information. So if you have any questions, I think this is the time, or it also indicates that it's such a well done document that the answers are provided for us. Martin.
Just so everybody's aware, I was on holidays and I don't take any electronics with me on holidays, so I haven't had a chance to really review anything. I didn't go home until late last night, so I have 2 hours of sleep, so I haven't reviewed anything. I'm trying to review it on the fly here, just so everybody's aware. I have not reviewed anything. I haven't had the chance, so.
Okay, thank you. I think an area that we haven't had a committee meeting since this new council has come forward, but we should maybe scroll down to the Horsefly Spillway, the drainage project update that is included. My computer's not loading, so I have to rely on admin right now. It's a full page. There we go. So just so that you're aware, some of we faced a few challenges, but our contractor has been dealing with them and he's been keeping the MD updated, and this is a very succinct version of a lot of work that's taking place. Yeah, go ahead, John.
So, I don't know if a request comes, from this body or from the, Horsefly Spillway body on drafting letters for financial support from environment, since we have a new environment minister. Would that be something that should come from here, or should it come through the Spillway Project Committee? I guess I'm asking Arliss.
I think it'd come through either or. I mean, the MD of Tabor has been the managing partner forever, so I think it could come through that. We do have an active grant application right now in that respect, so just haven't heard whether or not it's been approved. But
So Councillor Tricado, we do have a spot for motions coming out of the consent agenda. I do think it would be prudent, we are very fortunate that it is Minister Hunter who represents half of the MD of Tabor, but I think it would be prudent to have it formally addressed.
I would ask that this be removed and put into the consent agenda exemptions for
Thank you.
discussion.
Nope. Okay, and then the other area that I would like to just highlight is below the development permits and below the bylaw report, which that is very interesting. But if we look at the total, I'm looking at the fire report and the totals by type. It's a graph with all the types of calls, and then the graph above it. It highlights the number of calls by station. And I think when we recognize that we have a volunteer fire department with 2 paid staff, it is incredible the amount of work that these men and women are committing to our community. So Enchant 17 calls, Grassy Lake 32, Hayes 14, MD of Tabor Regional Fire 120. That is the total amount, and then Vauxhall 64. I'm not sure what the regional chiefs exactly what that stipulates. I didn't see an explanation on that.
Just represents the calls they're able to attend to.
Oh, I see. In addition, so there's been 301 calls, and on the page 1 of the fire report, on the written part, it identifies the number of calls, the types of calls. So just once again, I'd like to commend the men and women who serve the MD of Tabor Fire Department, their families, and their employers who allow them to leave work. Should be very duly noted that our MD would look very different if we had to have a paid fire service. Yes, go
So
ahead,
I have a
John.
question on the fire portion of this as well. Medical first response, have we been doing that for a year or just over? And was it scheduled to come back for review? So new council councilors wouldn't understand that we made a change in service delivery by allowing encouraging MFR, medical first responders. And that was a change, I think it was just a year ago.
Yeah, and you can see in the reference here, there's 14 of those types over the year types of calls. Remember the date?
I don't have the date specifically in hand, but it is just over a year. It is over a year. We did recognize it operationally that we do need to come back with a summary on that. So, but again, that does it is just over a year. I don't have exact date though.
Thank you.
And then there's the updates. I'm kind of jumping around. I'm sorry about that. And near the top on our projects and our road grading and graveling. I often have stated, and many others as well, that when you have as many kilometers of roads and they are a significant portion of our infrastructure, that we maybe not spend as much time as we do on council discussing the plan. I know that will be coming, but we like to commend Public Works and all the departments that are involved with them for making sure they're keeping up with our roads. And when we have 40-degree changes, it becomes a challenge as to keeping them, whether we need road bans or whether we need to put de-icing product on. It's very challenging. So council appreciates you're willing to be flexible and adapt to our ever-changing conditions. All right, any other comments or questions? There's so many things that I could highlight, but I tried just to pick a few. And
Just a question on MD of Tabor website. So is there any way of knowing, like all the views, the jurisdiction that they reside from? Is it mostly from within the boundaries of the MD of Tabor, or is it coming from outside? Just curious, 15,000 views, it seems significant. New Year's was at 6,000. So just wondering where that was, I guess, maybe in a subsequent report, where it was a year ago.
Compared to the total number of views compared to last year. That would be a follow-up now.
it does, those graphs on our website and on our social media definitely indicate a high traffic flow. I think the only one that doesn't have, and which is our most recent, and if council, you have a opportunity to share the QR code on it, the WhatsApp doesn't have the traction that we had anticipated, and I suspect that is just lack of knowledge. So councillors, I encourage you to share that with individuals who utilize WhatsApp as their prime source of communication. Lane.
I appreciate the information that's in here. There's a lot of it, and I'm assuming that there's all kinds of work that has gone into this. I'm just hoping that possibly in the next couple of days when we're going to be together as a council, there's going to be an opportunity for us to take a look at what level of detail is going to be required on an ongoing basis in the future. And I'm wondering if there might be a way to streamline some of the reporting so that staff isn't spending as much time on this function as they have been in the past. But I appreciate the level of detail that has been provided and the effort that's gone into this one.
Any other questions on the CAO report? As we work through the report, we will go by each category, but if you have something specific to that attachment, please feel free to ask that. So we'll move on to the GL category descriptions, and then we'll move right into the financial reporting.
Yeah, so just as a comment here, these are just with respect to more of a guide in understanding the budget reports or the finance reports that are provided. With respect to the financial reports, I'll have our Director of Corporate Services come and speak to any questions that council might have. But I just want council to keep in mind that this is, again, snapshot in time, so end of December 2025. These are unaudited. There's still year-end requirements and invoices coming. Invoices as well as receivables that have to be recognized. So these aren't an audited financial year end at this point in time. But what the system definitely represents at the end of December 2025. So Mike, is there anything you specifically wanted to point out from a being noteworthy?
Nothing of particular note. The one of the largest transactions that is not recorded yet is related to the amortization depreciation of our assets. That's we budgeted about 4.5 million of that. So of that, if you look at the variance and you see 8.7, 4.5 million of that will be expensed as amortization expenses, and the remainder is then some of those final transactions we to complete, or it could be a combination of additional revenue or unexpended funds that would explain the rest of that variance on that as well.
And specific to that amortization expense, that would be ultimately a year-end adjustment and reflected in the audited financial statements.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the Q4 financial reporting, operating, or capital? Noting that we made a change last year. We used to do these monthly, so we moved to a quarterly reporting system to more accurately reflect transactions, and we recognize this is part of the year end. And then this also is a snapshot of the bank reconciliations.
Again, generated from the financial software itself.
Thank you. And then we have the December council reports. This is also a snapshot. If you had not had your form submitted or your form was not approved, you may not be on this list. This doesn't necessarily mean you didn't get it in. And it should be noted the top address, the web address, and you can find it easily. Every counselor's report should be on the website indicating how their per diem was claimed. We have a new form effective October, so we'll probably be discussing and looking at that as part of our retreat as well. And the reserve schedule.
Again, forecasts, with respect to the 2025 budget, snapshot in time at the end of 2030, sorry, at the end of 2025, December 31st is where I was going. And then forecasted for the end of 2026 based on that budget.
Any questions on that? We'll move to council reports. I have, and we'll go in the order that they're listed on the agenda. I have attached my report with the relevant minute attachments or terms of reference. It's been a busy December, January for community and for council. The one area that I would like to bring your attention to in the report is the Rural Infrastructure Working Committee. We made a motion last meeting to send me to that group, and it's been coordinated by the Intensive Livestock Working Group, and we're fortunate that our Director of Operations, Corey Green, is also in attendance. I would suggest that we should continue on at this time, if at council's pleasure. They're looking at a 12-month timeline with 6 to maybe 8 meetings, then some can be online. And the goal is to develop collaborative, practical solutions to address the challenges of maintaining and constructing rural road infrastructure while ensuring municipal autonomy. So there's been a few things that have been flushed out, and we will be seeing it through another mechanism that all municipal councils will. But I think it is good to be at the table, and we are, one of the things that was brought forward in our discussions is that we would have intensive row crop invited, and they have been now and will attend the next meetings because they have a different impact on the roads. I'll happy to answer any questions, but you can see it all in writing. Okay, then I'll move on to Deputy Reeve Lane Johnson's report.
So the only two that I've attended during the month of December, the Chamber of Commerce, of course, they were gearing up for and working on the annual awards banquet. And then the other one is the museum. Both of those organizations actually have been displaced from their facilities with the incident over at the arena. The museum is actually meeting on Thursday evening, and I anticipate getting some more direction from or information from them as to what the future is for them to move back into the space that the museum occupies there. Really not too much progress to report on either one. There has been some discussion with the chamber on what the future is as far as their building goes. There was an in-camera discussion on that, and there will be more information coming out on that in the future here. But if there's any questions that you've got, I can attempt to answer those that can be discussed openly.
Now, I said we were going to stop. If they're all verbal reports, do you think we can power through? And administration, are you willing to give up some of your lunch?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then we'll just power through. Councillor John Tricato.
So I participated in it. I didn't get a written report in. I'll give a bit of a verbal one. Back on ASB as of the organizational meeting, which is Ag Services Board, attended the conference in Edmonton from the 20th to the 22nd. Also participated on a Zoom steering committee meeting with the Rural Water Wastewater Assessment Initiative. And there'll be another Zoom call March 4th. And that's for the steering committee. So they've been mostly Zoom for the steering committee, as there's only 5 of us on it. And then March 2nd will be an in-person kind of a bit of a wrap up, and that'll involve the entire committee, which administration is also providing horsepower there too. And if anybody has any questions on any of this, just let me know.
Councillor David Torrey.
Okay, thank you. We had a great time at the Ag Service Board. up in Edmonton, being at the convention. It's been very interesting for my first time on all of these different boards, just to see the process and to try to understand the process. I think we will, for next year, be working with Jordan to bring forward a resolution. And so I just learning that process and hoping that we can make a difference. There's an important product that has been taken away from the. It's a product that used to be available to all public, and it's just a chemical that's put on a strip. You could buy it at Walmart and put it in your camper or something to kill bugs, and that was banned in Canada. It's still allowed in the U.S. What wasn't considered is that as a non-residential use, all leafcutter bee operations in Alberta, up in the Peace River area, all over Alberta, use those strips to control a parasite inside incubators. And of course, the government doesn't always know when they make a big decision that it's affecting specific industries. So it's just nice to learn that there's an avenue that we can try to advocate for different groups, and so finding it very interesting. The only other thing that I would, the Old Man River watershed, they would like me to continue to come to their meetings and be on the board, but I think we need to bring that up, and that would need to get approved or whatever. So it was an interesting meeting in December, and we have other meetings coming up. But I don't know, I don't understand that process completely, but it's a big group. Like, there's a lot of people on that board representing lots of different organizations, including other municipalities. And anyway, I'm happy to do it. Whether if it doesn't get approved, I could just do it on my own. It's not, definitely, I'm not worried about the per diem or anything. It would just be nice to be at that table. Thank you.
Any questions for David? Councillor Martin Condor.
Nothing for December. Got a bunch for January, but nothing for December really.
Okay. Councillor Ernie Peters.
Nothing
Oh,
for
sorry,
December.
Murray.
Oh,
We'll go to Ernie, then Murray. Oh, man.
yeah.
I must need lunch. Go ahead, Ernie.
Nothing for December really, but I really enjoyed the Ag Service Board convention in Edmonton. I didn't realize the significance of Ag Service Boards and the uniqueness in Alberta. So that was an eye-opener. And I learned a lot. I'm glad I went. The other thing I was going to mention is the Airports Commission. We had a meeting yesterday, and I managed to attend for almost the whole thing. I was pretty wore out by the end, but I enjoyed that too. That was very informative for me. And there's going to be some things coming from there to council.
Thank you. Any questions for Ernie? Councillor Murray Reynolds.
Thanks, I'll bring it up to rear.
Sorry.
I guess at ASB meetings, AEMA training at Oxford Regional Fire, District 1 open house at the water tower a week ago. Foothills Little Bow, which everybody was at, and attended the Ag Service Board conference in Edmonton. There were lots of very good keynote speakers, and actually all the speakers were good. It was actually a very well conference. If there's any questions, I'll try to answer.
Okay. Any questions for councillors? So we can want to just get this done. I'd rather. Okay, so correspondence, Minister of Municipal Affairs. That was an acknowledgement of our meeting that we had with Minister Williams.
Mm.
And definitely areas of work that we need to continue on with him. And then a letter from the Tabor Food Bank acknowledging our donation and the role that is played in helping with their protein program, which also is not highlighted in here, but because of their concerns, our municipality advocated to Foothills Little Bow, and it was passed, the motion to have a program sponsored by the province for people to have their livestock processed, because protein is the definite weak spot due to the cost in food bank hampers. And I'll put a plug in for them. February 28th is the coldest night of the year fundraiser, and I'll be going to that. So if you want to sponsor me, I'll take your money for the food bank. Okay, and then we have one request for exemption, and that would be to accept the consent agenda and exempt connecting with the Minister of Environment regarding the Southern Alberta Drainage Project.
I would make that motion that we receive the consent agenda as presented, with the exception of removing, I guess, for request for exemption of the horsefly spillway funding.
Yeah, you're right, thanks.
All right, any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Arliss, I read in the 14.2 already. Do I need to read the whole thing in again?
You read it once, so.
Okay, so we'll ask for a motion to go into closed session regarding number 14.2, and I'll just put in the last line, disclosure harmful to personnel privacy.
Motion to go into closed session.
Okay, 12:02. Will Then I'll recess till 1 o'clock.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, as soon as Lace is on the ball. Okay, Martin, go ahead. Martin makes motion to come out of closed at 12:08 PM. Those in favor? That motion is carried. We will now take a recess until 1 PM. It's 1:01. I will call the January 27th Municipal District of Tabor regular meeting of council back to order. We are on number 12.1 on the electronic copy of upcoming meetings and events. Turn it to Arliss.
One thing actually to verbally represent that didn't make this simply because of a recent email is a request from Minister of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. They're putting out requests to meet with them during the RMA convention as well. So we can do a quick, I don't want to improperly assume, but I would assume council might want to connect if the opportunity presents itself. And it's kind of the same drill as to put forward your couple of priority topics to discuss with the Minister of Transportation as we make that request. So I think February 2nd is the deadline we need to respond by, specific to that. Other than that, it is as represented here, and with respect to RSVPs, we'll take any updates. Oh yes, and then yeah.
Okay, I'll take any updates from anyone.
I just plan on attending the session on Friday. So,
Which is good, because we have a couple people who've already indicated they can't, so that works out great. I just wanted to add to the list, and some of these come by email, and I've forwarded the ones that are for everyone. And Lace has put them in your calendar. February 6th, the Tabor Pro-Life Banquet. February 22nd is Green Shirt Day, and I should acknowledge that this is about organ donation coordinated in our community by John Clemens. Toby and Bernie Boulay, whose son was tragically killed in the Humboldt bus crash, will also be in attendance. And thank you to Vauxhall for hosting the 3 games that will be played that day. And there'll be ceremonial puck drops by families in our area, which you would be surprised at how many have been positively impacted by organ donation. So that will be in Vauxhall. There's 3 games being played that day. And then February 28th, I've already acknowledged that Tabor Food Bank coldest night of the year. So if we've missed any other events that are a result of your committees, yes, John.
So I was made aware of that the RMA meet and greet at in Lethbridge there by the Reeve of Newell County, that there's an opportunity for us to attend Palliser Economic Development's February 9th at the Heritage Inn is hosting a it's for bursary for education for people in I think it's vet school. And so this bursary, Premier Danielle Smith will be the guest speaker. The community sponsorship would be $1,000. That would include 4 tickets, or there's each ticket for a seat to this event would be $125. I think it would be a good event for some of administration or council to attend. I'd be willing to make a motion with regards to that. I just don't know what the right number would be.
Well, it lines up with the motions that we brought forward or supported at Foothills Little Bow and RMA to support the rural stream for vet school as well, when we supported the rural vets, the veterinary college at the University of Calgary. We didn't have that until just the last, I believe, 2 years, maybe 3 now. Time escapes me. So, John, I heard you make a motion. Do you want it for how many tickets?
I think a community sponsorship, but you would also get us recognition of $1,000, which would include 4 tickets to the event.
Okay, that's your motion.
Yes.
And it does provide an opportunity to engage with Premier Smith as well. And I believe the Ag Minister is also going to be in attendance, so that's quite a good networking opportunity. Okay, so the motion reads that MD of Tabor. You got something for me, Lace?
I don't know what it's called. Called the Palliser Economic Development event, February 9th. Heritage Inn and Brooks. And I'm suggesting a community sponsor. That's what they titled it. I guess I could forward the picture of the document to you if that would help.
You've moved a motion, not suggested. Moved a motion on community sponsorship for $1,000. Okay, so the motion is to support this event for a community sponsorship valued at $1,000. Any further discussion on the motion? We'll give Arliss just a minute so everyone can see it, but I would take discussion at this time.
What's the dates on that?
February 9th in Brooks, isn't it? Yeah,
Oh.
Brooks. Brooks, yeah. Okay, the motion reads that MD of Tabor provide community sponsorship of $1,000 to the Palliser Economic Development event on February 9th in Brooks. Any comments or questions? Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, let's focus on the Minister of Transportation. I always think it's worthwhile to continue with that, especially with the development of the 4-lane highway through our municipality and the deficits we have on our secondary highways. So I don't think the list has to change from when we had our meeting with the staff member from that department. If you're okay with that, but if we could pursue that meeting as well. Council, how do you, you're good with that? Okay. So let's have a motion to pursue a meeting, pursue sounds crazy, but with the Minister of Transportation and what else is in that ministry? And economic corridors for the, at RMA to review the list, Any questions on that motion? I can move that. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, back to the list. I've heard a few updates and non-updates. If you're changing your attendance, please through Arliss to Lace, let them know, especially when there's a cost to tickets or a cost to accommodations. We have quite a few things coming up. Okay, if there's no further discussion, a motion to receive the, oh, sorry.
There,
yes.
on the last item there.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to kind of, it's a bit of a chicken and egg
Yeah.
topic, but briefly brought this up as part of some of the new council orientation, but we were looking at partnering with Lethbridge County and potentially some other municipalities within the region on some continued council professional development training, delivered both virtually and in person. So I was kind of just wanting to get a little bit of idea on number of those that are interested. The delivery format would be typically like starting in the spring here, April-ish. You'd have one session per month, 5 of those virtually for about 1.5 to 2 hours. And then in the fall, at some point in time, a 3-day in-person session close by within the region. So
David's in the waiting room. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Okay. I'm not seeing it. Just a sec here.
Do you want him to retry?
Yeah, because it doesn't show that he is.
He's gonna retry, so just go ahead.
Okay.
In the meantime, I have a question. This list that's on the screen right now, can we print that off at some point in time? Like for ourselves?
I think it's on every, go back on that.
Yeah, so Ernie, I often print stuff off the agenda, so when you open it up like this, you can see on the, like, if you're looking at the shared screen, if you look at the top right, there's a picture of a printer. You can print that off yourself, and if you don't have access,
Oh.
then you can just text Lace and she'll throw it in your mailbox, or email Arliss through Lace and it'll get in your mailbox.
Well, I'll figure out some way to print it off. It's just, I just want to know if it was possible or not.
Yeah, it is
I'll
very,
figure it
you
out.
and I can chat too, but you absolutely can.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can't figure it out, I can talk to you or to Dean.
Yep, for sure. And a reminder, tomorrow we're at our strategic planning starting at 9. First day, we should plan to be there till 6-ish. Yeah, it's at the Star Theater. Kitty corner from Myers, the past southwest. And do we go in the main doors, Arliss?
I would go in would be the south door.
Gym doors by the parking lot.
South door, yeah.
Okay.
So I've got a question. Can I attend that virtually?
We haven't really contemplated a virtual option for that one.
Okay. Well, if I'm feeling as much better tomorrow as I did today over yesterday, then I'll try and make it. But I'm not going to guarantee anything at this point in time. And you might not want me around either.
So
Because you don't want what I have.
yeah. They must have Wi-Fi there, so at minimum, could we throw the owl in just in case?
Yeah, we'll do our best.
Okay. And even if you can only hear us and we can hear you, I think there's value from that.
That'd be totally good enough for my point of view.
Oh, man. All right. We will, Arliss, so you're looking for a show of hands on the training opportunity with the other municipalities? Is that what you'd like to
Yeah,
look
and
at?
then more detailed dates will be solicited from the group.
Okay.
Right? So we're just trying to get list of participants, and then they'll reach out through a doodle poll or something like that to establish the best dates for everybody.
And the 6 modules delivered in the spring and 3 in the spring and 3 in the fall, those are independent. It's just on the last bullet, an in-person delivered in the fall and 3 in person. That's as much as we're looking at.
You're looking at one virtual session per month.
Yeah.
And those are probably done as a group.
Yeah, that'll be okay.
And then 1 3-day in-person session in the fall sometime.
Okay. Lane,
Is there some specific information on the different course offering or anything? Details as to what the topics are that will be covered?
Yeah, they're all council specific, and I can resend that out. It might even be in your council orientation materials, but
yeah.
I will reselect them and highlight them for you guys as well as a follow-up to this.
Yeah, I think we reviewed it. It was available when we did our sessions in Edmonton, so the modules were laid out there.
I think it
So
speaks
they'll
to,
still be there, right?
yeah, they should still be there. It speaks to governance, policy-based, budget, financial side, as all from a perspective of counselor. Decision making. I haven't memorized them. But let me pull it up here.
I think I found it here.
Did you find it? Okay. What was the name of the slide? Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it was section 8, council training.
Yeah. Yeah, so I can read them off real quick, but references: governance, good governance, great impact, strategic leadership, building buy-in, influencing up and out, all financial oversight, and decisions that drive results, all from that perspective of being a counselor. Those are the six areas, I believe.
Okay, well, let's just do a show of hands because Arliss has got to make some plans, whether we have a commitment level or not, because there's other municipalities who are interested. David, go ahead. You're interested? Ernie's interested?
Yeah, I was just putting up my hand. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. I am as well. John Turcato. Murray's a maybe. Lane's we'll see depending on dates, and Martin depending on dates.
Okay.
So we have 4.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that enough to pursue it?
I think so. I have 2 staff, so.
Okay.
But... Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else from anyone on the upcoming meetings and events? As stated before, please keep admin updated if you have a change. All right, up someone to a motion.
I can receive the upcoming meetings and events for information.
Thank you. Murray, those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, the one we've been waiting for, or is the health and safety policy statement, which is the most important because every day council appreciates the work done by MD staff, but we want to make sure everyone goes home to their families safely. So I'll turn it over to Arliss and then
Yeah, so what council has before them is our health and policy statement, I guess from council's perspective. From a policy, from a policy perspective, it's an opportunity for council to review our organizational health and wellness policy statement on an annual basis. And then while we do that, we also reference the recently completed, in this case, it was an internal audit that was completed. 2026 provides the opportunity for an external audit to be completed with respect to our certificate of recognition or core for our safety program here at the MD of Taber. So with that, I'll let our health and safety program manager, Martin Bozek, speak to the health and policy statement first, and then give an overview of the results and opportunities that present itself as a result of our internal audit moving forward.
Thanks. Yes, in regards to the health and safety policy statement, it just demonstrates the organization's commitment to our health and safety program. It is also part of our core audit requirements in element 1. Every year we have the REEV and the CAO sign off on this, and then we update our health and safety manual, which we put in all of our shared drives. We have a couple safety apps that we use with Titan and Wombat, and we post it in all of our facilities as well for reference. And being now that we've phased completely to Wombat, which has been a great tool, all of our staff have access at all times to not just our health and safety manual, but the OH&S manual as well too. And in regards to the audit, last year it's a 3-year cycle, and this was our second of 2 internal audits, and then it'll be next year will be an external audit. We scored overall a 91% out of the 10 elements, which was the same score as the year previously in internal, and the last external audit we had 93%. The most important thing is not the score with our audits, it's to evaluate our system, our program, and to identify areas to improve. And although we scored very well, we definitely noticed we do document some things and create an action plan in regards to improving our health and safety program, because as Reeve said, this most important thing that everyone goes home at the end of the day the same way that they came to their families. Our highest mark was our management, leadership, and organizational commitment, and the area where we saw the most areas to improve was qualifications, orientation, and training. The main aspect from that element that we are improving is our competency evaluations. We do a very good job of doing them. It's just a slight thing in regards to documentation. And with the new app Wombat that we're using, we've already created the forms, and we've begun training with the supervisors and managers to complete these, and it's one of our ongoing and largest actions for this. So if there's any questions in regards to the audit.
Just have one, and that's, how does this compare to last year's, I guess, score that was also, I guess, self-done? Is it the same categories that we're lacking, or is there other different ones?
No, it does change from year to year, and even though the score was the same with a 91% over the 10 elements, and last year was an internal as well too, where we've improved in some, then we can, as either legislation change or policy change, or we have new tools to use, we can identify areas where we can further improve in that aspects. So the score, even though the final score is the same, it's scored out of a total of 945 points. So the overall was the same, but in regards to, there's slight changes in regards to the elements.
any other questions? My only comment was when I went to the fall safety day and they were discussing the app. It seems we have a good buy-in. People are using it to its full scope, which is always nice to see when we make an investment. And it, from witnessing a couple of the sessions, you could tell that our staff care about not only their own well-being, but their comrades who are working alongside them and ensuring them and anyone who's on our sites is safe. So great credit to you, Martin, and to the team at the MD of Taber for the work on the health and safety aspect. Any other questions?
I can move that the Municipal District of Taber adopt the health and safety policy statement.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you for your time.
(2026) capital budget amendment, the Enchant Fire Hall.
So to introduce the topic, I'll actually invite directors, both directors, Bryce and Corey can speak to any relevant matters that he's been involved in as well. But this in following previous direction from council through a committee meeting. This is being brought back to council for, I guess, continued consideration. The administration was tasked with perhaps exploring potentially other sites or scenarios with respect to this particular project. So it's before council, I guess, with that in mind. So I'll pass it along to Bryce.
Thanks, Arliss. And as mentioned, this project has been looked at and worked on collaboratively between operations and community services. And that includes a number of our staff that have done some investigations as again directed by the committee to look at options in the Hamlet of Enchant Hamlet of Enchant and area to facilitate a new fire hall, which was the original intent, and to combine that, or to look at combining that with an operations building, greater shed, and that was to facilitate some expected growth in the area of grading services for the Enchant area, just as it relates to some of the demands that they're seeing over the last year or so. I'd suggest Corey can speak more of that as we go forward. We do have 4 options that are being presented as a result of that investigation. We actually looked at nine different unique sites. That includes our original site, which is along Range Road 18-4 along the east side of Enchant. And each site was looked at really for its, for access, size, construction, all of the kind of main contributing factors. We broke it down in the table, and that I will ask Corey to kind of walk through the table around these 4 options. And you will see the focus is on a location of 310 Railway Avenue. Just to point that out, that is the site that his administration is recommending. That is as a result of our research, but also as a result of re-looking at the hamlet for all of those different aspects. So we did talk about some of the key contributing factors for each of the different locations and approaches. I'll go through them individually, and then Corey can talk about the costings that are being represented. The first one, sorry, just gonna open it up here. The first one from left to right would be the fire hall, just the fire hall as a first step, and then with the option to expand the operations building at that same location at 310 Railway Avenue, and in the meantime, maintaining our 18-4 location until that decision is made to expand that service. The second option is the fire hall and greater shed at 310 Railway Avenue, and so that would be to address the need at the same time on that same location. So that'd be a combined facility built at the same time. And the third option, fire hall with a new greater shed at the existing operation site. That would be where at 310 Railway Avenue we have a fire hall, a new fire hall, and then we expand build a new operation shed at 18-4. So that would be on the east side of Enchan at our existing site. The original plan has also been listed, and that was previous capital budget. We had our existing site with the greater shed currently on it, proposed for a greater shed expansion and fire hall at that location. And so you could see the corresponding costs. And we would just point out that there is a difference in cost to do the service up front, obviously, to build at the 310 Railway Avenue, just due to the fact that you'd be taking advantages of the opportunities of building both structures at the same time, so you have reductions in certain costs. And I think that would be a good point, actually, to just transition a walkthrough of these costs over with Corey.
Yeah, thanks, Bryce. So the first option, like Bryce talked about, is building the fire hall immediately or as soon as we can, but giving some consideration to moving Public Works greater operations to that site as well. So expanding that building at a later date. We kind of put a 3% inflation for 3 years. So we're assuming within 3 years after the building's built that we're going to be requesting to build a greater shed. And that's why the cost is $820,000 for the greater shed. And then additional engineering fees to do that expansion. The second option is to build it all at once. And as you can see, that's likely the cheapest option. We take advantage of, we have the engineers on staff right now. We've already preliminary designed the building. It's just taking it to completion of construction. So we don't lose that value. That $115,000, we're not gonna incur those costs if we do it all at once right now. And then the third option, like Bryce had said, is build the fire hall at the Railway Ave site, and then also build a greater shed down the road in 3 years at the current ops site. Because of the way the sewer and the water is run to the current shop, we would have to demolish that shop and build a new shop in its place. So those are the associated fees there. I can answer any questions you guys have with how I got to those numbers.
The question here on adding 2.5, so it doesn't show what the previous budget amount was, or is the bottom lines, is that the complete cost, or is there other budget items that aren't included in there that we've already budgeted for?
No, the bottom numbers are the estimated complete cost. Yeah. I believe we had in 2025 budgeted one right here. I highlighted it. Sorry. 1.66 million.
So again, then my question then, I guess, is, so we're doing an amendment for 2.5, so that wasn't originally budgeted for in the 26 budget, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
It got removed from the
now
budgets.
it's okay. Now I understand. Thank you.
Council, questions on the proposal, or do you have a preference on one of the three options that have been presented? Murray?
Looks like the cheapest road is to go with the combo shop to begin with. That'd be 2 bay greater.
That's right. Yeah.
And that gets us some common space or like things that, you know, washrooms or a meeting room or something. Is that
That's right.
the
Yeah.
idea behind that?
Yeah. Yeah. So it'd be exactly the same
Excuse
the
me.
last design that we seen, just with the addition of 2 extra bays for greater shed.
Okay, so we can optimize some of that work.
That's right.
I guess the exclusion to that design might be not having to build 2 walls and a breezeway. There'd be a shared wall, is that right?
That's right. Okay. Yeah, we haven't gone through the design of adding the shop on, but whether it's at one end or the other, but yeah. The office space and bathrooms and training facility there would be a shared facility.
Okay, Martin?
This was voted on last year. I just wonder if councils are on, previous council can give me some insight onto, it got voted down last time, did it not? If I'm correct, I just don't know why or what was the information behind that. I like, if it could be shared, I have no idea.
Yeah,
why.
it's not closed session. It's very
Yeah.
obvious. So go ahead, John.
I'll give you my Cole's notes on it. So originally it was going to be designed there, and then there was, I think there's an additional 700,000, was it, for water and sewer upgrades on that, in the location where the greater shop currently exists. So this is moving it to a different location. So I guess with a different location now, I think it's saving us money and becoming more efficient, because I think at the current location, the budget is showing that would still be with 1 bay. Is that right?
The option in the orange or yellow, that is with 2 bays. We have to, I guess, kind of keep in mind, you can kind of see where it says the savings are lot sold, so we're anticipating if you went with that option, there would be 6 lots for sale down the road. We don't know when that is, so in some cases, you probably could take that out because you won't realize any of those savings or costs back into the bank right away.
So, and my addition to that, and then Murray could perhaps add, is they were going to build the fire hall in the same area that the current shop is. And then the costs weren't just the cost of the building, it was that upgrade. And we just felt like we hadn't flushed out any options. So at the time, there wasn't enough time to say bring back other options. We voted it down with the idea that we'd need to have it come back. So a motion was made, which is referenced in the notes, to bring it back with some different options. So this is quite a different option. In my mind, I'm not counting the $264,000. I appreciate that is part of how you parse it out, but I still think if we have the mechanism to fund it, to go with both being built and selling those lots make the most sense for me. Does that clarify enough? And maybe Arliss needs.
Yeah, no, that clarifies it. That helps out. I'm a big supporter of emergency services. Like if you're laying on the highway and need help, you want somebody that can get access right away and help you and not be suffering on the highway. So yeah, if we can help out them somehow to serve us better, they do a great job. So yeah.
Lane and Ernie, do you have any thoughts on a preference?
Well, I would go for the middle option there, shed and sale of his existing MD land. That makes the most sense to me. And that is if we decide to go ahead with it.
Okay, Murray?
So what would happen with the existing fire hall?
The existing fire hall would be converted over to a Hamlet's office and shop.
Oh.
Okay, thanks. I guess just a little history. Way back when I was on the fire hall, we built that existing fire hall with casino money we held back for 2 years. Hired a contractor, built it all, and then give it to the MD so they could insure it and have it for the Enchant Fire Service, so, or MD Fire Service. So that virtually was a casino building.
Lee.
I guess I just need to understand clearly what it is that we're being asked for. We're not choosing which option is going ahead right now, according to the recommendation that's in the report itself. You're simply requesting authorization to inquire about the purchase of a lot, correct?
There's a second motion.
Yeah, so there's two parts to it. So the proposed 310 Railway Avenue is currently privately owned. We need to inquire about the purchase of that land, of that particular lot that's being proposed. And it's a vacant lot currently. And so we'd be inquiring on that and then obviously following through that process that for the potential purchase of that land back to the MD of Tabor. As well, the second part would be the let me pull up the resolution here. And then the second part would be, we'd be requesting approval to amend the capital budget. So to amend it with the purchase or the approval of an Enchant Fire Hall and Greater Shed. We left it open so that council could make a decision on the option that they choose. So we're making a recommendation for the 310 Railway Avenue location. And then at a cost of 2.5 million funded by capital reserves, fire capital reserve, 50-50 with the building replacement reserve.
This has been a long time coming. We've seen it on the budget. Is this our fourth year or going into our fourth or third? Third. This will be the third. With recognition that council was in support of a proper fire hall for the emergency services. And then it was council's idea, not administration's, that we optimize shared space and services. So the idea originated from council and then administration just followed through. Go ahead, Ernie, if you have something.
No, I don't.
Okay. All right. So further questions? So there is two separate motions that we are asked to contemplate, or if you're not interested, then we probably should express that. It has been a long time coming. So just based on what you stated there, Bryce, through Arliss, so it's coming from fire capital reserves.
50% from fire
Okay.
capital reserve and 50% from the building replacement reserve.
Okay, thank you. John, oh, sorry. Okay.
So my question is on the building replacement reserve. Is there anything else that would have to then be postponed as a result of that? Anything else that we've seen, I guess, in previous, is it going to extend us on something else that we've seen in previously?
Nothing else that has been budgeted yet. I mean, it'll draw down on our reserves overall by 2.5 million. Specific to the building replacement reserve, it'll draw down on that 1.25, but
So this wouldn't affect our 5-year capital plan at all? As far as what we were looking to replace in 5 years?
it will, yeah,
Okay.
just because of depletion of reserves. Yeah.
Just to refresh my, we have to do a $3 million sewer upgrade in Enchant too, with the ponds and everything. This year that's still on bid. Correct?
Yeah, that'll be contingent upon getting provincial grant funding.
Oh,
to
so,
do that.
okay. So they won't tie together somehow, or, 'cause that's, yeah.
Yeah, like.
They won't, one won't hold the other one up.
Shouldn't, no.
Shouldn't.
Go ahead.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor direct administration to inquire on the purchase of Hamlet of Enchant Lot 3, Block 15, Plan 1810599-310 Railway Avenue.
Okay, so the motion is regarding inquiring on the purchase of the lots where the project is being proposed. Any other questions or comments? Those in favor? Okay, that motion is carried. And the next motion. Yeah, someone else can do. Ernie, you want to get in the minutes?
Yeah, I was just thinking of it.
Okay.
But I don't know. Well, we'll make the motion. I don't know if everybody feels comfortable with this or not, but
Well, we can
that
make it.
the municipal, go ahead.
Yeah, we can make it and then we can have further discussion.
Yeah, that the municipal district of Tabor approve the Enchant Fire Hall and Greater Shed option to be located at 310 Railway Avenue as an amendment to the 2026 capital budget for $2.5 million funded by Fire Capital Reserve at 1.25 million and Building Replacement Reserve at 1.25 million, contingent on a successful lot purchase.
My question on, thank you for the read in motion. My question on the motion to administration, does it need to detail out and the sale of the 6 lots? Like, I realize that's not the contingent part, but should that be clear?
This particular option doesn't reference that, doesn't.
Okay.
contemplate those 6 lots.
Right, I'm just asking if that has to be separate or you want to wait till to see if number 1 happens before we can continue. And I'm just looking for clarification since it is outlined in option 1 and 2. The disbursement.
So I'm just gonna bring up the table so I can reference it, but so the option that, just to be clear, the second option from the left, the fire hall and greater shed option, so that is detailed as a second, I guess the second column.
Okay.
And that's at the 2.4, and then we have a 3.7% contingency included in the project for the 2.5 million. And this particular option does not include the sewer services that coincided with the 6 lots that were potential for development, and that would be the original plan. The far right option is that the one you're referring to, I believe.
Okay.
So this particular one includes the again the list of whether the geotech, some servicing requirements. It also includes the purchase of the land. It includes the return of the sales of any lands as well, and then of course the fire hall and greater shed combined construction project cost that's listed.
Go ahead.
So the motion made really refers to the center green option. Is that right?
The one I just highlighted there.
Yeah, but, okay.
The sale of property in relation to this option is the old greater shed and house.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, so we don't need to outline that in the motion, it's understood?
I hope so.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, I just want to make sure. Okay, any other comments or questions? This is fairly significant. For me, it feels like we've been discussing and debating this for a long time. This is a different approach, but one that I think we asked admin, well, not I think, we did ask admin to find another option to move forward.
Yeah, my only question on this is those 6 lots that were mentioned, is that the whole existing fire hall and house? Is that 6 lots altogether? Or is there another 5 separate lots beside that one that can be developed and sold once we move out of there?
The answer to that is no. So the yellow option, I'm gonna call it the yellow column, contemplates
Yeah.
the potential sale. If that option was chosen, the potential sale of 6 additional lots down the road. But the
Yes.
reality is it's not really that realistic, simply because Enchant just can't grow until we deal with
The sewer.
sewer upgrades. So it's just not
Yeah.
really that, just not really that realistic to
Okay.
consider. And that was as a result of specific servicing challenges for that particular location.
Okay. I was just assuming that the sewer upgrade for Enchant, I'm assuming that we don't really have a choice on that one, but we haven't gotten there yet. So I better not jump the gun on that. But to me, I just think that's something we don't have a choice in. You know, it needs to be done.
I just like to ask Murray, the vital one, we need that fire hall there. Can we get away without the grader and get it later, or do you think it would be? I don't live in Enchant, so I don't know the ins and outs. Like, I think the fire hall's a necessity. Like, that saves lives. And if we're gonna potentially tie our 5-year plan up a little bit, I know it's gonna cost a little bit more later to add the grader on, but can we get away with it for a bit?
I guess right now there's only room for 1 grader up there, and they have had 2 graders up there all summer because of the more road use in that area. And if you've ever been in that grader shop, once they got the snow blade on the front, you gotta wedge it in sideways to get it in to close the door, so it's barely big enough at the moment for 1 grader. There's no room for 2 graders in it.
So the new plan is for 2 graders in the building then? So it's proven that with the growth out there, that we need a bigger shop to store 2 graders in.
I guess that would be Corey's.
Yeah, that's kind of why I put that 3-year time frame on there. Would I like to ask for an extra grader and an extra guy up there right now? 100%. But I think for sure within the next 3 years, I'll be asking for additional resources up there.
And I can appreciate this is a huge expense and maybe feels like not much time for the new council. But when we did our road tours on my very first road tour 8 years ago, it was noted that that grader shed needed an upgrade and needed improvements at that time. And the size of the fire hall, and kudos to the volunteer firefighters who work in there, they could do it, but I mean, they could slide a piece of paper between the vehicles when they're trying to park, and I really admire that. But there's lots of changes going on in that area, probably the most in any of our municipality as far as road infrastructure use. So for me, I see value in increasing this grader shed, and if we have some efficiencies with doing the fire hall at the same time, that's how I can justify and vote in favor of this.
This is David. Could I say something?
Go ahead.
I just think that area is growing, and I think we want it to continue to grow. So it is expensive, but it's a very long-term investment. This isn't a short-term gain. And so I think it's a good thing to do. So I'll be supportive.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? If not, I'll read the motion to give you a moment to reflect, and if you have other comments to make, I'll still give that opportunity. So the motion reads that the MD of Tabor approve the Enchant Fire Hall and Greater Shed option to be located at 310 Railway Avenue as an amendment to the 2026 capital budget for 2.5 million funded by Fire Capital Reserve 1.25 million and Building Replacement Reserve 1.25 million contingent on a successful lot purchase. Any further comments or questions? Lane.
Just not so much a comment. I do have a question. Are all of your existing greater facilities linked to a shop right now? Are they all stored indoor in the wintertime? Or are there any of them that are operating just from a gravel pad plugged in the wintertime and don't require a shop?
Yeah, so during the winter, all of our graders are indoors. During the summer, we mobilize one to a gravel pad.
Any comments or questions? I will call for the vote. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Just a final comment on it is that it also is going to allow us to utilize some of the engineering and project costs that were attributed to a project that got shelved, which we were I felt very sick that we weren't going to use those drawings and plans. And now we'll be able to utilize those costs that have already been sunk costs. Coffee with Council schedule. Arliss, or I mean, John.
I hate to foo-foo the plan already, but the April 23rd in Vauxhall might be a problem for spring seating. We had a similar issue. I think that was in the fall though. Last time in Vauxhall, we had it during harvest time or close to it. I think it was beet harvest time.
Okay, well, let's let Arliss introduce the subject and then we can discuss potential dates or not.
I've got nothing to introduce. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, well, for those who are watching, Coffee with Council has been an initiative the last 3 years that allows residents or businesses to come and visit with council in a less formal setting, literally is coffee and donuts, and we allow the residents to lead the conversation. And I would say in all the sessions I've been at, minus the one that John is referencing in Vauxhall, where only the mayor and the coordinator of the hall came, we have had some good information that we've contemplated. These are the people who live in our area, and even though they could call their counselor, this gives them an opportunity to share it. So these are the proposed dates. Arliss attends or he sends a designate, and then any counselor who's available to attend comes as well and gives people a chance to speak to not only the local counselor. So we always seem to struggle a bit with the dates. And we have a comment right away from the Grassy Lake counselor that he's not available that date. And we really, it is nice if we can have at least the local counselor there. So he's wondering if he can take the Vauxhall one and maybe have the Vauxhall one moved to February 12th. And February 12th is not a ton of time to start advertising, but I don't know, you could have months of time and still can have the same outcome. So we're looking for feedback on these dates. We've had a request already to switch the Vauxhall and the Grassy Lake date. Murray.
Yeah, just kind of wondering, April and September are sometimes busy times of the year. But what do we do if you can't go August or October? Then you're into peak season too, or I don't know. I should pick the date and whoever shows up, shows up.
Okay, any other comments? Is anyone opposed if we switch the Grassy Lake and Vauxhall dates?
I'm working April 23rd, so I won't be at the April 23rd one, gas plant, and February 12th one. I do believe I'm just going on days off, so I can make in Vauxhall if they switch to that one. So I can
Okay,
make
so
the
that
12th.
would be better for you then.
Yep.
Okay, so let's switch those two. Everyone else want to check their schedules? And and maybe I should have asked first, is this something you would like to see continued? I have a reluctance with July 23rd only because we have a big event that starts happening in our community on July 23rd that it's not because I'm attending, but lots of people volunteer at it and lots of people go to it. It's Cornstalk. And I know you think it doesn't matter, but those kind of overlaps in a small area do have an impact. So would a Wednesday, the 22nd, be okay? July 22nd. And, you know, September and October is just tough. It just depends what that season looks like, whether we're done harvest or started beets already. That one's tough for a schedule. And then November 26th. What day is RMA, Lace? I don't have it in my schedule yet. Okay.
RMA is the first week of November.
For the 20th for November. Yeah, they always change it, but I didn't have this one in my calendar.
I just memorized it, that's all.
Oh, excellent.
It wasn't the same week as Gas Club, so I was happy.
Perfect. Okay, so then my other question on those dates is, we have historically held an annual general meeting. Are you still wanting to go ahead with that? That makes for a bit more of a formal. And would you utilize, and Arliss, do you want to speak to that? Had you had that in your mind? Because I think otherwise we're just going to get bombarded with dates. Like, I wonder if when it's a coffee with council, if that shouldn't replace that AGM.
Yeah, and that typically takes place in April, so it might be worth having that discussion at that point in time.
Well,
which should be in the next meeting or two, with specific to the AGM.
Right, and we still could hold it in Grassy Lake. We have been rotating it. The last one was at the operations building in Tabor. So we've traditionally just moved sites.
Yep.
So I would prefer, just based on people's schedules and availability, to double up. Like, you can still have that interaction with those residents, but if we're going to have a half an hour formal presentation and then flow into the AGM. Those who are new haven't lived through an AGM. We used to present our financials, but we've gone away from that. It's just been a kind of an update, a State of the Union from our directors. It hasn't really been council-led. We've answered questions, but our directors and our CEO have given updates. Lane.
So you're suggesting then that the AGM would be in April in Grassy Lake?
That's my
In conjunction with the
proposal.
schedule that we've
Yeah.
set for the Coffee with Council. Are you wanting a motion to that effect? That we go ahead, schedule these dates?
And then with that, yeah, I
Okay.
would like that.
Okay. I'll move then that we go ahead with the Coffee with Council dates that have been noted. February 12th is going to be in Vauxhall. April 23rd will be in Grassy Lake, combined with an AGM or annual information meeting. And then July 23rd would be in Enchant, and September 24th in Hayes, and November 26th is going to be the Coffee with Council meeting in the Tabor Operations Building.
I think the 23rd in July was changed to the 22nd.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. Lisa, are you just copying and pasting that? You're okay? I'm tempted to just go ahead with the vote, but I also want to be respectful that this is the practice that we've been undertaking is if it's read in motion, then we see it. So it should apply to everything. I'll just get you to review that it lines up with what your intent was. Okay, the motion reads that the MD of Tabor adopt the 2026 Coffee with Council locations, dates, and times. February 12th, 26, Vauxhall Senior Center, 7, April 23rd, Grassy Lake Community Hall, in conjunction with an AGM. July 22nd, Enchant, September 24th, Hayes, November 26th, MD of Tabor O&M Building. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Bylaws. Star Theater loan bylaw. Lane.
I'll move first reading of bylaw 2029-2026 Star Theater bylaw.
Thank you. So Lane has put the motion on the floor. We'll ask administration to speak to that.
So in follow-up to direction received at last council meeting, you have a bylaw in the form, a bylaw with respect to this matter in the form of a loan bylaw. After consultation with Star Theater, the concept of the MD guaranteeing a loan didn't seem to receive, I guess, significant uptake from their financial institution. They weren't expressly told no, but they weren't, idea that wasn't necessarily welcomed with open arms either. So it's before council in the form and context of a loan bylaw.
Can you just walk us through the process, please, of how a loan bylaw works?
Sure, go ahead.
So if first reading is given today, then there is a period of advertising where the advertising of the loan and the parameters of the bylaw are put into the newspaper for a couple of weeks, 2 weeks. Following the last day of advertising, there is a petition period. That petition period closes 15 days after that, after the last day of advertising. After that point, then the bylaw can come back to council for second and third reading. Once third reading is given, then there is a 30-day court application period. And then once that period closes, then the bylaw is active and ready to be acted upon.
Thank you. John?
So similarly to a loan bylaw that we made, was there a loan bylaw made for the Tabor Adult Learning Facility as well?
Yes.
So then would there be a time then when we would have to wait for the things to come back from titles as well? Is this, or are we applying a lien to the property in conjunction with this, similar to what we did with adult learning?
That'd be up to council's discretion. Again, giving a loan, part of the loan bylaw states that there should be some, I believe in there should be terms and conditions of the loan, and those terms and conditions can be determined by council to determine what.
So
that is an option, but it's whether, yeah.
The section in the RFD that I just highlighted there, it references the councils to provide direction with respect to terms and conditions and or securities for loan agreement. So it'll be another touch point with council.
Okay. Excuse me. All right, so you understand what giving first reading starts this process. Doesn't mean it's finalized. It is starting of the process. But if you're not in favor, you have some concerns, you may also choose to speak to it at this time. Hearing none. The motion is to give first reading to the Star Theater Loan Bylaw number 2029. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Fees and charges bylaw. This bylaw has already received first reading. And so you have seen it, well, some of you have seen it, but it's been in your agenda package. And we need to do second and third reading today if people are in favor so that we can implement these new fees and charges. They have been redlined in the attachment.
I can move that council give second reading to bylaw 2025-2026 fees and charges bylaw.
Thank you. Second reading motion is on the floor. Any comments or questions? Lane?
No comments or concerns with what has been proposed, just that I know that in the bylaw it references the fees that are charged for emergency services. And we need to move ahead with this as it's presented right now, but I'm hoping that council is going to be open to a discussion within council and then reaching out to our urban partners about the possibility of charging for fire and emergency services for every hour that those vehicles are on site at the scene of a fire, with the understanding that the rates that we would recover are generated entirely from insurance proceeds. So I just want that to be known, and I would request that we have future discussion on that, but I'm in support of moving ahead with second reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Lane. I've made a note because I have another counselor who has asked for an item under request for information and motion. I've made a note that we'll add the fees and rates for fire service delivery at that point as well. And then it'll come forward at a upcoming meeting. So those in favor of second reading of bylaw number 2025, fees and charges bylaw, those in favor? That motion is carried. It would be ideal, but it's up to council if we can move to third reading.
Give you the motion that council give third reading to bylaw number 2025 and 2026 fees and charges bylaw.
Okay, any questions on the read in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. Oh, we need to take 5 minutes and then we'll come back into the policy discussion. So we'll recess for 5 minutes. Okay, we're ready to go. We are starting in the policy section with the first item being the land sales policy. Yes, Martin?
So further discussion this morning, if we're discussing land sale policy, it could affect cultivated land being sold, it could affect grazing land being sold. So I'm assuming I have to leave, and I'm assuming Murray has to leave also, because it's all in one.
So to reiterate
So we have to make our decision. correct?
yes, and you make that declaration. Yeah, you have to say it.
All right, I get union interest, so I will be stepping out.
Okay,
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest with grazing leases, so I'll be stepping out as well.
okay, thank you. That'll be noted in the minutes. We have quorum. We have quorum. Okay. I'll turn it over to you, Arliss, and then you can take direction.
Yeah, so Bryce here, he'll walk us through, I guess, the basic policy framework that was used to come up with this draft. Some of it included some past, I think, committee of the whole materials that were discussed, or at least brought for potential discussion at a past committee of the whole, as well as the past direction that council's given us last few meetings to consider. So we've tried to incorporate that as best we can. It's possible that there was some assumptions that we had to make. Given, I mean, re-emphasizing that this is a draft. This is in a draft stage, draft policy. So with that, I'll pass it to Bryce.
Thanks, Arliss. So we had two specific resolutions provided by council for direction with respect to developing a land sales policy. Again, as mentioned previously, applies to both grazing and to cultivated lands, MD owned. And so with that in mind, I'm going to walk through just some of the key points, and then we certainly can go through each of the main areas within the policy as well to take questions. I'm going to ask Brian to come up front here too, and he can help support as we go forward. So really, as we establish some of the really key fundamentals, one of them would be that it does apply to agricultural lands, grazing lands, and cultivated lands only. And so that was really important because we didn't want any confusion between lands and lots, like hamlets, like other lands that the MD owns that might get confused. So that was for clarity reasons. It's intended to be clear, a fair approach to land sales, and transparent. So we providing clear definitions. So those are really key fundamentals of the policy. Clear roles and responsibilities with regards to both administration, council, in determining lands that are to be added as surplus, or to be determined to be surplus, and then obviously for the full process of processing a sale of lands. There are some considerations, and we'll walk through some of them. We'll touch on them as we go through the policy with regards to just effective use of time with respect to dealing with land sales, again, for both council administration. Identifying the process for addressing market value. So there's a reference to reserve sale price, and it's through appraisal. This was very specific to direction we'd received from council. And then the option for tendering in the case where that isn't received or isn't accepted, and or if a council determines to sell land independently as council decides. The ability to restrict tendering to residents of the MD of Taber and adjacent bordering municipalities. So that was very specific direction as well that we'd received. Providing the ability for the MD to sell land with adequate notice to leaseholders. So we had a really key component of our policy related to that. There are multiple methods you'll notice within the policy, so it does provide some flexibility as well for council to address land sales and in different circumstances, because we do realize that there are unique circumstances for the sales of lands that that apply throughout the scenarios that have come in front of the council in the past. As well, we have a procedural directive, and that procedural directive is intended to guide administration in preparing land sales proposals to go in front of council and for consideration, as well as a clear tendering process. So I just felt it valuable, Brian and I, when we were going through, we felt that was very important that we just lay out some of those really key fundamentals. And then to go through each of them, if we refer to the policy, Arliss, if you bring up the policy. So you will notice the adjacent municipalities has been defined in our definitions. So that was a really clear addition that we added to the policy. Reserve price. So that is it is determined to be, what we're saying is that reserve price defines what is determined to be fair market value, and that is based on the process that was identified by council with regards to appraisals, having 2 appraisals that are used to refer to the value of that land. I didn't plan on going through, we certainly can, but I didn't plan on going through each individual, the purpose and the policy statements and such, but essentially it applies again to agricultural lands, both cultivated and grazing. It is intended to be an open process, fair, marketable, market value based. And so when we look at the, so it references, let's go towards responsibilities and implementation. That's essentially where we were wanting to kind of walk through with council more about the process. So you can see that council is the approving body for approving this policy itself and any changes to the policy. Council is also responsible for what we're calling declaring MDT lands surplus. That is a step in the process of selling land. So once it's declared surplus, based on that a pre-scan, based on a procedural directive that the administration has developed to bring these forward for consideration, that pre-scan will identify whether or provide some of the tools and some of the guiding data sources for determining that land to be surplus. Once the land is developed or determined to be surplus, then there would be a further stage where we would evaluate the land based on council's desire to look at a deeper evaluation of an individual land sale. Administration is then responsible then for managing overseeing compliance with the policy, so administering the implementation of the policy, ensuring procedural guidelines under the policy, and then facilitating the signing of all documents. You can see that includes the sale of lands, and it would be in compliance with the policy. So any variations that would come in front of administration that do not align with the policy would be brought in front of council for consideration, and that would include the final determination of sale and the determination of the methods for going forward with sales. Maybe I'll just pause to is there maybe a different? I'm not sure, is council getting what they need out of this process if we can keep going? Okay. So there are some determinations. So facilitate entering into agreements. I mentioned that. Signing of documents, again, in alignment with policy, engaging with consultants to prepare appraisals, environmental site assessments, opinions on value. Again, these are all responsibilities of administration under the policy. Engaging with legal counsel to prepare the sales of lands. Assist with closing transactions, making recommendations to council on land transactions that require council approval. This would come in the form of utilizing our procedural directives, so that would provide administration that guidance necessary to facilitate that process. Establishing the form and content of the land purchasing application form. That is essentially part of the procedural directive. Administration will feel it very important that we remain consistent with our process that we follow. We'll evaluate and we'll take feedback from council on any contributing factors, but we will certainly look to many of the data sets that we determined earlier in the process, and we will go through those here as part of the procedural directive in just a second. Pursuant to section 213 or 213 of the Municipal Government Act, executing purchase and sale agreements, acting alone as long as the sale occurs in compliance with the policy. So again, this would be giving administration the ability to go forward with it and complete the sales. Again, as long as it complies with the policy. Okay, so general procedures, general steps. This is actually a really important part when we look at just taking a look at the overall process that we follow. So there'll be an initial inquiry under the land sales policy to start the process. There'll be a second step that will include the declaration of lands as surplus. And that will include, that'll include providing, again, as mentioned, the procedural directive that'll guide us in preparing that process. Determination of the method of sale, that will be a decision of council, a determination of market value, and determination of reserve sale price. And so it just essentially walks us through getting to the point of the sale. Initial inquiry, the proposed sale of MDT lands may be initiated by, and so there's two different methods under this policy, either by the Municipal District of Taber on its own initiative. Second, upon the receipt of a land purchase application from a tenant. And so that's very specific that it would be initiated by a tenant, and that the Municipal District of Taber would receive that from the tenant, and it would apply to, again, agricultural, grazing, and cultivation leases, current leases. Declaration of the surplus of land. So this is just going through each of those different items that we mentioned, the process itself. So prior to offering the Municipal District Taber lands for sale or approving a land purchase application, council must first declare the land surplus as the first step. The evaluation of MD of Taber lands for disposal will be supported by administration through the procedural directive we mentioned. A breakdown of the different methods that were offered as potential solutions or potential options for sales. So that includes public tendering, requests for proposals, listing with real estate firms or brokers, direct sale through negotiation or without competitive process or public offering, auction, or any manner that council deems to be appropriate. So council shall be responsible for determining the appropriate method of sale in accordance with good business practices and in accordance with the principles of this policy. The valuation of the land. So prior to the Municipal District Taber of land for sale, administration shall establish the market value of the subject lands by having the two independent market value appraisals completed in accordance with the uniform standards of professional appraisal practice by a certified appraiser. And this was very specific direction we received. Each appraisal shall be no older than 90 days old as of the proposed sale date. So that just ensuring currency of the actual appraisals. Determination of the reserve sale price and what was determined to be market value in accordance with the policy. The reserve sale price and for Municipal District Taber land shall be determined by council based on the average valuation of those two appraisals. The two appraisal reports provided under section 11 above. The reserve sale price will be considered market value for the purpose of the MGA advertising requirements. So this is very specific to address the section 11, or sorry, address the Municipal Government Act and its requirements. If the MD of Taber then does initiate a land sale, then we follow the tender process prescribed in section 15 of the policy. So that is very specific, where we would go through a tendering process. That would include a minimum reserve bid equal to the reserve sale price, where council considers it appropriate. The requirements that the tender be restricted to MD of Taber residents and adjacent municipalities, and that again is very specific and consistent throughout the policy. If the MD of Taber receives a land purchase application from a tenant of the MD of Taber, the MD of Taber may sell the lands to the tenant at a price of not less than market value as determined under section 12A. And that is again with reference to the reserve bid or the reserve sale price, subject to the right of first refusal. If the tenant does not exercise the first first right of refusal within the time specified by the MD of Tabor. The MD of Tabor shall, may sell the lands under the tender process prescribed in section 15 below. So that is just addressing if the circumstance where it's not accepted, the first right of refusal is not accepted, then we would then revert to the tender process. And again, restricted to MD of Tabor residents and adjacent municipalities. Sale of MD Tabor lands, terms and conditions. So the conditions, the MD Tabor shall, MD Tabor lands shall be sold under the following conditions. So any person in arrears of the MD for more than so many dollars, and I don't know, maybe Brian, if you get to elaborate on this component, on the conditions that exist, I'll let you walk through these three here as part of the sale. Arliss, can you just roll down to the, there you go. Sorry.
This would be a new clause in our policy. Well, as per the current terms of our leases, I guess we don't have these in there. So an amount that would, I guess it could be from zero. I mean, potentially zero if they're owing money for taxes or rent or utilities or whatever it may be. I would say we don't proceed with any sale, but that's just of course that's up to you decide. But we did talk about some additional conditions that administration may deem appropriate. One being that if we don't have the resources or the knowledge of what resources are there on the lands or under the lands as far as gravel resources, we could potentially put something on the title that would protect us or allow us to access those lands in the future for gravel extraction. And we did look into that a little bit just within the last week here too for some of the options.
Just so we don't get too far, to me, if you're in arrears, you have late payments. So to me, why would we put a number in there? Just should be arrears, right? That's not what's due, not due taxes or due water bill, but if you're in arrears, it's not eligible. Lane, go ahead.
I'm wondering on that particular point, would it be the same threshold of arrears for individuals that are wanting to run for council?
Right.
A councillor can't be in arrears for more than 1 year.
I'm good with
And use
paralleling the language. Is there, yeah, as long as we have parallel language, I'm okay. Just that way if we didn't just arbitrarily. I don't know what that language is.
Would it be fair to capture, if we capture a summary and then provide
Yeah,
in the form of a
that'd be
summary
fine.
at the end? So like Brian mentioned, these are conditions that were identified to go along with our sales. And the one that was mentioned, Brian mentioned the utility right of ways. There are just some tools that the municipality then can use to protect some of the just protect municipal interests. If there's interests that we have in the land, if there's interests in for certain types of things like gravel supplies and things like that that were identified as a priority. There are some tools that we can use to try to protect that. Costs. So all costs associated with the sale of MD of Tabor lands, including the appraisal costs, survey costs, the land title fees, shall be borne by the party acquiring the land, unless otherwise directed by council. And such costs shall be paid upon the closing of the transaction. The tender process. So the process itself, if land, this is very specifically if land is to be sold via tender, the following process, and what I can do is I can just walk through this process and just clarify any questions. The lands will be publicly advertised for sale for a minimum of 2 weeks. The advertisement will include the legal land description of the land for which tenders will be accepted, the date and time the tender for the property closes, which shall be no less than 30 days after the last advertisement date, the date on which lands can be viewed by potential buyers, the street address and mailing address of the MD of Tabor office, the administration office, penalty amounts for not completing the purchase of a successful tender, any other conditions or requirements of the municipality or the municipal district of Tabor. Bids will be accompanied by the name, address, and phone number of the purchaser, certified check in the amount of 10% of the bid price, representing a deposit. Bids will be awarded on a cash basis only. The municipal district of Tabor will not finance the lands. The possession date shall be 45 days after tender closing, and the tender opening will be an open public tender. Both successful and unsuccessful tenders will be notified of the results of the tender. And should a successful tender not complete the purchase of the lands, a 10% deposit shall be forfeited to the MD of Tabor, and the sales process shall be repeated anew. Should no bids be received on a subject property, the current lease shall be null and void, and the Municipal District Tabor Council shall reserve the right to determine what actions are required to move forward with a sale or a new lease of the property. And then from a reporting perspective, the policy outlines a report of the tenders received, and the successful proponent shall be compiled by administration and be made available to council at the next council meeting. So this is, again, very specific to land sales, and it's intended to develop that process and those roles and responsibilities as we address requests for purchase from our tenants and or as determined by the municipality.
Sorry, but I have a number of questions. Under number 8, it doesn't say that it has to be a tenant that can initiate, so there can be no initiation from a non-tenant to purchase lands then?
So from the specific to the policy, it is intended to be the MD of Tabor initiates, or the tenant itself can initiate the purchase.
So then I guess that could come through a non-tenant approaching the MD and then the MD deciding to initiate the process through a letter to council or whatever. Is that correct?
I believe council would have the discretion when they receive requests. Anything that goes forward to council certainly would have council's discretion.
And then another question on that would be, or a different one on number 6, will market value assessments be done in anonymity? So would only administration know who's been engaged in the market-based assessment process?
I think that was the intent, just to keep it fair to everybody and use multiple different appraisal companies, so we're not always using the same, so they know who to go to try and influence, just to keep it not unbiased.
Mm-hmm.
So it would, yeah, and anonymity within administration for sure, yeah.
I appreciate Councillor Turcato raising a question about Article 8, and I guess I'm wondering if we need to provide some further clarification there. So initial inquiry commencement, so this is Article 8, and then letter B. The way it's written right now, it would suggest that someone who is a tenant of any parcel and not specifically the subject parcel could trigger the process. And I think if it's the intent that it be the tenant of the subject parcel, we need to specifically state that. So upon the receipt of a land purchase application from a tenant of the MD of Tabor that holds an agricultural, grazing, or cultivation lease on the subject parcel. Otherwise, it opens it up for any leaseholder. The only other comment I had was number 4. Where are we going back? So 4A, subject to compliance with the Municipal Government Act and other applicable legislation, this policy applies to the sale of all MD Tabor land. And I think we just need to put in here excluding residential lots. Because I believe the intent is that this will not apply to the residential lots. Yeah.
I totally get where you're coming from, Lane. I wonder if we just shouldn't specify agricultural, just so that we're kind of in alignment rather than exclusionary. Okay, yeah, I think that's an important,
I have one more.
okay, go ahead.
I have one more. Under 10E, it says auction, yet there's no process under 15 to accommodate auction. I'm wondering if that's missing or if that's to be brought back later. I'm just not sure, because it gives it that option under 10E, it says auction, but there's no process to be able to go through that process or that option.
Well,
So you're wondering how we would select the auction company and details?
I'm just wondering how the process would go.
Okay.
Because to me, the process would be different and similar to how BRED does it, you'd have to pre-qualify for the auction itself. So then there's a pre-qualification, then there's a live online auction, which is how lots of municipalities are now doing land sales and, well, municipalities. And so I don't know that we don't need to specify that here, but maybe we don't. Maybe that can be done if council chooses to use the auction method, we come up with it at that time. I'm not sure.
well, to me, the pre-qualifier already is outlined in the 10%. So if we're gonna have an auction, I would state you have to qualify and it would meet that criteria where it says, where is that? I know, but I'm just saying they put in a stipulation of to even be part of it, you have to be able to have 10%. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and each of those auction houses do have it slightly different, but if we said it was 10% that you have to demonstrate, I worry that if we start because if depending on which auction one is even available, whether or how much. So I just don't mind it being auction as long as we have that other factor included, just so that we just don't have people arbitrarily placing a bid and not have the follow through. Lane.
I've gone through this and I'm quite comfortable with what has been presented here. I commend the administration for pulling this together. Realizing that it is still at this point just a draft document that will be going out to the public and inviting comment on. I see that you inserted language that protects the interest that the MD might have in going back in and possibly mining gravel if there is some resources that are on those properties. I'm comfortable in going ahead and suggesting that we put this out there for public comment.
Lane, that's a motion to proceed with the sale of the draft, the public consultation on the draft of the MDT land policy. Do you want a draft approved first, Arliss? Oh, I'm seeing head nods.
No, I don't think we need a,
Okay,
just that you're comfortable seeking public engagement on what you have.
okay.
I might add, just if there is a specific amendment like that, the subject parcel addition, that we itemize that? Because
Sure,
that
we
is
can do those. We've all
integral
had
to
those.
the next step moving forward with it. And
Okay, so with the following amendments, so Lace, do you have the initial part of Lane's motion captured? And then we can all go through. So the first one was on,
The summary that I have so far,
okay, 4A,
Four A,
yep.
that is kind of where there would be change.
10,
8 B,
8. Yeah,
and then 13A, that's more just a comment. As opposed
right.
to-
You'll find the actual legislation.
Yeah.
All right. So Ernie, Lane, John, are you comfortable at this point?
I have one concern.
Yes.
I don't know if it's valid or not, but let's say we sell something. What happens to that money? Does it just go into general funds, or do we put it into reserves
New policy.
and never spend it?
New policy.
New policy?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I just wondered if it shouldn't be part of this one, but you know, that's the only concern that I have on it.
Absolutely valid concern, but we need to develop a policy on how these funds will be administered. And
Okay, fair enough.
we have not got to that point. But it's absolutely a critical part of this.
Agreed.
Okay, so we'll put that motion up. That the MD of Tabor, I'll just, it's okay, Arlis. So it's been moved that the MD of Tabor proceed with seeking public consultation regards to the draft land sale policy and incorporate the following amendments. I'm not going to read them, but at 4A, 8B, and 13A. Well, maybe for the sake of online, I better stay true to what I was always doing. Subject to compliance with the MGA and other applicable legislation, this policy applies to the sale of all agricultural, grazing, and or cultivation lease MDT land. 8B, upon receipt of the land purchase application from a tenant of the MD that holds an agricultural, grazing, or cultivation lease of the subject lands. 13A, reference to arrears use the same threshold as outlined in the legislation specific to counselor candidate qualification criteria. Lane.
Just 8B, instead of the subject lands, it should be on the subject lands.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments or questions to the read in motion and the motion that is in front of you on the screen? Seeing none?
I'll wait with this one and then I'll raise another point.
Oh, well, do you want to raise?
But let's-
I'm not rushing you.
No, we'll vote on this because it has nothing to do with this.
Okay, that's
And then
fair.
I want to raise another point.
Okay, all right, those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay.
Okay, and
Go ahead.
the other point I want to raise here is if we put land up for sale and say it's surrounded by lease land and there is a quarter or a section that's an island, it's there by itself. And we should really safeguard the sale of that kind of land because how are you going to, if you sell it, how are you going to give somebody access to it without crossing over? And also, if it's a grazing lease and there's no water on it, then you've got another issue. And I'm wondering if something shouldn't be written into the sale of land to deal with that. But how that looks, I'm not sure.
Well, every parcel that's for sale must be approved by council for sale.
Fair enough.
And that's included in the draft that you just approved.
Yeah. Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right. We are moving on to MD of Tabor grazing policy and leases. So we should make sure we let Councillor Condor. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, again, I'm not gonna be the one who decides, but I questioned it too, but I'm like, and because in fairness, I just can't, but I definitely, I questioned it as well. Okay, we're moving on to MD of Tabor grazing policy and leases. Correct, yeah.
So we've endeavored, again, to incorporate council's most recent direction that they've provided through resolution. Some scenarios based on follow-up questions, some assumptions were made. We've tried our best to detail each of those in the memo, as well as even more detailed in the redlined attachments from a perspective of transparency. With that, under the rationale section of the memo, covering memo, I'll have staff or Bryce kind of pinpoint those adjustments, starting with the grazing lease policy there.
Okay, so as outlined in the memo, we'll just work through the list, and we maybe just pause at the end of each section, take feedback and our questions. So with respect to the grazing lease policy itself, and specific to transitional and community pasture leases and the rates, an annual rate has been established as per resolution to look at 2 times the Alberta provincial grazing rate for zone 1. And so that was feedback provided.
Okay, I have a question right out of the gate. I put it in shared notes, so I'm gonna read it. So first off, there's a point that Henry and I agreed on. So Henry and I don't have much for conversation, but I definitely felt this, and we should have had a conversation on it. So I'm no longer in favor of the statements that reflect the 2 times the annual rate. I conceded to the suggestions made by the Old Man Leaseholder Association as they proposed 2 times the provincial grazing lease. I should have seen the red flags, but I failed the MD of Tabor residents and did not follow my own rule of thumb that decisions and rates be based on research and debate rather than a municipality or organization. Henry Tolsma stated the expected rate would be $14.78. I could live with that times 2. It was higher than the previously approved rate of $26.10. In fairness to Henry, as he stated today, he had thought that's what the rate would be. But the 2026 Crown Land AUM rate is $9.94 for Zone 1, which includes the MD of Tabor. This rate is significantly below market rate for this area, and it is an unsustainable rate for a rate of return on an asset that MDT ratepayers willingly would go to tender on. Regardless of the statements that the tenders are out of line or don't pencil out or the tender can't make it, that is not on the MDT. Our job is to provide services, and we are fortunate to have a land asset that was at end date. Regardless if you, well, that was me being cheeky. So the end date is February 28th, 2026. Option to purchases are available to the leaseholder who stated they wanted to control their destiny. Control it by ownership, not manipulate council that is responsible for serving 7,447 residents. Council may already concede significant return on the investment by allowing leaseholders to purchase the appraised value, but I believe that is in the best interest of all residents and the current leaseholders, and it provides an excellent opportunity for the grass leaseholder. If we're going to provide a rate so significantly below market, then it should be available to anyone who wants to put their name in the lottery who is a resident of Taber. So I do feel, and I'll make a motion when it's time, that this rate needs to be set significantly higher than 2 times the Alberta provincial grazing rate. And we can utilize their formula, but I do believe it should start at no less than $30 an AUM. John?
I would agree with that as a starting point, but I also believe that each council should have the ability to adjust the rates. So I think that should also go back to a 2-year at that rate and then allow for an adjustment. That could go up or down depending on what the market does. But I think we need to go back to that because it allows for each council to put their hands on these rates. Be it right or wrong, that's what we're elected to do. And tying the hands of future councils to a rate that doesn't exist. So like this rate could cease to exist next year, the one we're referring to. So then what? So that's my problem with tying it to someone else's rate. We don't have any way of knowing what that's going to be, as we've just found out. So I would be opposed to tying it to anyone else's rate. It needs to be our own.
So I'm okay with continuing on, but I just didn't want to wait till the very end to get that out.
So I'll continue moving through them, and again, we can capture them in a summary as we come through the rest of them, or move through the rest of them. Grazing lease policies, those specific to transitional grazing leases, the option to allow family or the sale of lease assignments, and that's a very specific request to have that added. The assignment fee would be per quarter. And it's also been referenced in the past, just for clarity reasons, as a transfer fee. So that's been used interchangeably. Assignment fee ensures that the MD of Taber benefits from a portion of the economic gains from sale of leases. And so that's that transfer fee is to support that. The assignment fee, sorry, I guess I shouldn't be using, I'm going to stick with just the assignment fee just for consistency. Assignment fee for family and sale of leases in inflationary correction and update of previous rate into today's value. So this is administration looking at trying to identify what that assignment fee should be. So we've taken what it was in the past. We brought it up to today's dollar value, and then applied a similar concept that was applied to the 2 times provincial. And so we landed at $450 per AUM, and that's as per established by the AUM allocation for the lease. So that's the methodology that we used in order to determine a proposed rate. The type of lease remains the same throughout assignment process. So this is that leases, like lease types, don't change. So it wouldn't matter if a lease is sold, it would remain the same type of lease. We also have under the transitional role change, so administrative processing of assignments without variance. So when an assignment of lease was requested, as long as it aligns with the policy, the proposed grazing lease policy, then administration then would take it upon as a responsibility of administration to complete that task, and without variance. So very specifically, without any variance of the policy. If there's a variance, it would go back in front of council for discretion. I can continue because there are a number of the items that are policy based, so we can just continue. Or if that's just a few items we want to discuss, then certain council's open to.
Not seeing any questions. Oh, Arliss, go ahead. And then I'll go to John.
So I apologize, my head's a little bit hurting, which is kind of scary. My comment is actually not specifically in relation to grazing leases.
So just before you, if it's not specific, should Murray be here to hear the comment?
I don't know, maybe. It's specific to pecuniary interest. I know I'm kind of a day late and a dollar short, but there's ramifications either way when it comes to councilors' obligations to vote on both sides of that coin. And
Hey, well, I'm not quite following you.
yeah. It's just the current policy, which was passed in September of 2025, establishes 3 different types of grazing leases.
Mhm.
And again, I can't speak to any individual councilor scenario in any sort of detail. But if you have councilors that are obligated to vote on matters that they don't have a pecuniary interest in, and they're not here, and there's ramifications from the municipal government aspect.
But if they're absent, what are we to do? They could. Okay, go
So
ahead.
I understand what you're saying, Arliss.
So before
because-
you go on, should we have Murray here?
Yes.
And I know it's a departure from specific grazing lease topics. And again, I say it very generically because I actually don't know individual councilors' detailed, intimate business from a pecuniary perspective. And I guess I'll wait.
I'll go get you this. I'll get you some in a minute. Or can you get them a couple of chocolates, please? Okay. Oh, there you go. Yes. It's not fair to eat chocolate in front of everyone else.
Are we still live streaming? Yeah.
You will continue on.
So I guess I'm just this is purely on the fly, so I'm just been thinking about today, let's put it that way.
And should it be in closed session?
I don't
No?
think
Okay,
so.
carry on then. Sorry.
specific to pecuniary interest, and I'm just kind of comparing, I guess, navigating, as CIO, navigating this last term compared to this term, because things change, right?
Go ahead.
I can kind of see where this is going to lead. I don't think we should be trying to guide somebody to see if he's got pecuniary interest. If they declare they got it, I don't think we should be trying to say, okay, maybe this part you do, but this part you don't. I think we're leading down a slippery slope if we say we're going to try to decide what pecuniary interest you got. I think if you say you got it, you got it. If you don't, you don't. I don't think we should decide for him. I think we're going down a slippery slope because we discussed that earlier. You decide and we live with it. I don't think we should be guiding somebody in the way of their pecuniary interests. I do not believe.
Okay.
It's not where I'm going, but if that's what
Okay, carry on then, and we'll just try to our best.
I mean, okay. I find that rather interesting given the first few minutes of today's meeting, but that being said, was comparing the policy framework based on when this whole project was started in the last council term compared to the continuation of the project in this new term. Is previously, with exception of cultivation, there was a pre-existing policy. When we started this term, there were two pre-existing policies, cultivation and grazing, which kind of changed the framework on how we viewed those matters. So all I was going to suggest is it might, because of that policy change, it might be worth getting a legal opinion again from the perspective of the MD of Taber, and MD of Taber only, not individual councillors, to Councillor Condor's, I guess, I'm not sure what his point was, but it might be incumbent upon the MD of Taber to get a new legal opinion specific to that matter in the context of our new policies.
Let me try. Okay, go ahead, John. Maybe you got it, and then I'll.
So
try
I think I understand where Arliss is going here, and it's somewhat related to the MGA as well. So because we have we changed this and we have three distinct groups now of MD leases. We have cultivated, community pastures, and transitional grazing. Three distinct categories. So if you're a counselor and you choose to step out of the room for two of them, even though you only have pecuniary interest in one, now you're shirking your responsibilities under the Municipal Government Act because you're not in here for the decision on something you do not have pecuniary interest in.
Okay, I'm going to ask Arliss. Is that what you're saying?
Partially, there's ramifications on both sides of that coin, whether you do vote or whether you don't vote. Okay. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position, or nobody's in a position except for individual councillors to determine that. But for the sake of the MD of Taber, in the past, 2 times in the past, one quite a few councils ago and one last council ago, just from a risk management perspective, they did get a legal opinion on that side of things. Not for individual councillors, but for the municipality. I'm not sure if that's the road Martin was expecting or Councillor Condor was expecting to hear or discuss. Again, I'm looking at it just from a context of the municipality as a whole. It doesn't mean that it'll stop today's conversations and moving forward, but.
Lane.
I'm just wondering, what would the request for a legal opinion state? What are we asking them to provide a legal opinion on?
On how it impacts, on how or if at all it changes their previous advice they had given us on the topic as it relates to pecuniary interest. Because our policies changed, that's all.
Martin. Go ahead,
Go ahead. So
please.
I can see this is not gonna be done in 30 days. And if we want to get more opinions on it, I think we should, the grazing lease, we should table it till next meeting again and bring it back to see what. And then if we do that, we gotta extend the grazing lease or everybody's contract for 30 days to give us time to work on everything and bring it back. I can't see us getting this done before lease expires.
So my comments are just not in the context of moving down the avenue of policy drafting. I think we can carry on with that today, as per usual. It's just something that I thought council may want to hear. If I said nothing, then I've said nothing, but I feel like it's my role to at least point it out. It can come back. This particular topic that I'm talking about, you can go back in the next council meeting for a decision or something. A more formal request for decision. I just thought I just wanted to point it out. Again, from the perspective of the municipality as a whole. I think you're still well equipped to carry on with your agenda items today. However that lands, if councillors have declared pecuniary interest, that's up to them. Always has been up to them. But again, I'm speaking in the context of the municipality as whole. How does our current policy change with respect to the previous opinion that we received? That's all.
Okay. So we would be looking for a motion on that particular item so that we have clarification, a legal opinion.
Yeah, or you can even just defer it to the end of the meeting and decide then if you want to see something more formal. If I was again giving you advice, I would want to see something more formal from me before you make a decision.
Okay.
But
you can wait till the end of the meeting, but try to have something then. So are we okay to carry on with grazing lease policy discussion?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Sorry, I realized that it was a slightly different topic than what we were discussing, but
yeah,
I don't know. I just had to, I guess.
No, we appreciate you providing information. All right, so we'll continue on. So then Murray,
I'll re-excuse myself.
Thank you at
Grazing.
3:21. Do you have your phone with you? So I don't have to make it look like I'm just going to get chocolate. Okay, apologies, Bryce and Brian, we'll continue on.
So we were,
Oh, sorry, John would like to speak to the assignment.
I'd like to speak to assignment. I'm fully in favor of free family assignment fees. But for one thing, I'm not in favor of any other type of transfers. So I guess that's where I differ from what's been recommended.
Explain yourself better, John.
I'm not in favor of allowing for the sale of leases at all.
Okay.
I'm fully in favor of free family transfers because that's the right thing to do. Allowing the sales to happen is definitely the wrong thing to do. You're allowing people to capitalize on the reduced rate over time, and that's what the number is. It's only because of the reduced rate and the other aspects that we've added in that there's any value there at all.
If anyone is going to propose a change or an amendment, make sure you have the number ready because we may be voting on them individually. Yes, Lee.
On that specific point, I guess, I appreciate where you're coming from, but the direction was provided by a motion in a previous council that this would be included in the draft when it's brought back for council consideration. And I think that we need to go forward with that in the draft that is presented to the public. That position can certainly be brought out at a later date when we come back with a final document. I want to repeat one point that I made previous. An individual that is prepared to buy an existing lease may be doing so because they're wanting to position themselves to be able to trigger a purchase, and it may not necessarily be just because they think that there's a reduced rate that they're able to capture value out of for whatever length of time that they continue to hold that lease after they've purchased the lease.
Okay, possibly not the right time then, but if we wanted to have a further discussion around the rate determination that administration has determined as, again, 2 times today's current dollar value, like, so we translated the previous rate into today's dollar value, and then times 2. And so if we wanted to have a discussion around that, that'd be valuable for direction going forward.
And that was an assumption, just for clarity, that was an assumption when administration made based in principle to try and mirror what the rate, general rate was, and multiplying the government of Alberta rate times 2. It's nothing more, nothing less than that. Inflation corrected and then multiplied by 2. Just to keep it in line with the same principle that council had previously given us direction on.
Martin.
I just want to be clarified on all this. So we're gonna bring this however we decide today, correct, to the public, and it can still change, right? Nothing here is set in stone, right? So, like do we need to change the 2 times today? We're gonna go to the public. They've already said they're willing to go 2.5, maybe 3. Do we need to change that today, or we just leave that and then it get changed after public consultation? Or do we have to really deal with that today?
My preference on that is to do it today, to take it to the public, so they're not under the impression that it's 2 times. That's significantly lower than what the original policy was. So that's why I read that big long thing in, because there's lots of moving parts in that. But that was the criticism council received, is that we brought something forward and then made changes. So we're trying to provide a document that reflects what this council desires.
So the 2 times the rate that we thought was gonna be was 14 something, am I correct on that? So that would be 29. So the new rate that the government said is 9.80 somewhere in there, 9.85. I think.
So it's, they thought it was gonna be 14.78 and now it's 9.94.
So
And
if we
the
go
original
3 times, it's pretty close to the same number.
Mhm.
I can live with that.
So
And
my
that's
que-
to that, oh,
I guess my question is, why are we tying it to a rate we have no control over? And not necessarily no control over, no idea if it even exists a year from now. So then they're back into this again. I think that council needs to set the rate, if we set the rate at $25, $30, whatever it is, and allow for each council to have the opportunity to change that rate. That's important. And that rate can go up or down. It depends on the market. It depends on how our tendered stuff goes. I think it's important that we allow council to have decision-making ability here, because what's happened over the last 20 years is that's been taken away. And that's been the criticism of the previous councils, is that aspect of the agreements. There was no ability to adjust the rate. And now everybody says now, oh, 70 cents, yeah, we were wondering why it was so cheap. Those are the grazers themselves. Well, we had no ability to change it. So we have to have the ability to change it and not fixed on some arbitrary rate that we have no choice on what it is. So we might as well, council might as not be here if you're gonna fix the rate for 20 years.
So my understanding, it's going to be fixed because it's going to move with, do we want, it won't be fixed. It'll move with the government of Alberta's rate, which is not going to go away. Like we can say it's going to go away, but it's not going to go away. Government of Alberta is still going to have grass. So it's going to fluctuate. It won't be tied to 70 cents forever. It will fluctuate. If it's 3 times that, it will fluctuate. It's not going to tie somebody's hands because it's fluctuating with what the rest of Alberta is going to pay. And there is grass in the MD of Taber that the government owns that they got that rate set at. It's going to be set at $9.94.
So my concern is that for me, it's, again, we're utilizing someone else's information and data. And we thought it was one thing, and I agreed to go with it based on what we thought it was going to be, but that's a big mistake. So why wouldn't we control that rate? And if we want to have a sliding scale of percent increase, but set it at a base of, we said 26.10, so that's even lower than what I proposed at $30. I could agree to 26.10, but there was other factors involved in that as well. And I don't think we should rely on others, and it doesn't seem as predictable as we thought. Even people who are experts on grass and who have provincial grazing, it didn't end up being where they thought it would be. And setting the rate is hard. And the comment, the only way to know what the market rate is go to tender. Well, the average tender, which we heard from, we have it in all our documentation, but we heard from a presenter this morning, is 100, what was that rate that was provided? The average was $93.75 an AUM, or $20.51 per acre, whereas ours is 70 cents an acre now. So, and I get it, it's market, but that is the only way. And so I still agree we can go less with the idea that people can have the opportunity to buy, or it goes to market in 5 years. Yes.
On that rate that was presented to us, there's different types of grass on that land. What grass was that it was tendered on? Like you can't graze the same amount of cows. There's different types of grass. So what type of grass was that he was referring to?
So that is the average market, because those are from that information's from our documents that you can find under the land management policy, not policy, the land management subject on our municipal resources. But it's zone 1 grass, the same as how the province is setting zone 1 grass. And I realize there can be different amounts, but the staff decide then what the allocation is.
So that number is zone 1?
I think that it's specific to past leases that have been approved by the MD of Taber. It's not just zone 1, it's MD of Taber.
MD of Taber
Yeah.
specific that went to tender.
Yeah.
But from my understanding, talking to people, I don't know grass. I don't have cows. I don't talk to them. There's different type of grass. You can't graze. Each grass is separate. You can't graze the same amount of cows on certain types of grass, 2 different types of grass. I'm not a grass expert. I'm just going with what I'm told. So if you're bidding on something and that's all that's comes up for sale, well, if it's grass where you can graze heavy, it's different than if it's grass that you can't graze heavy. So we're trying to lump it all together as though it's all the same, but I've been told grass is not all the same. But I'm not a cattle guy, so.
I don't dispute that, nor am I a cattle person, but I do know that the province is divided into zones, and ours is zone 1. And they have a set rate for zone 1. And I'm willing to even go much below what market is out of respect for the leaseholders for the duration of till the land goes for tender. So it isn't a question. And then the other policy that's on community pastures, that rate, I would state that it be $30 and then have a floating rate if we need to use the province or set our own formula based on inflation. But we're still significantly below market. So I don't have any issue with us setting the same rate. And when it comes time to go to market, which we're not even at that point and discuss for tendering purposes, then people will bid based on how valuable that grass is. But right now we're trying to set a price on for the current leaseholders.
I would just like to make a correction on some information.
Yes.
So I sent off a text, and this is what I got back. The province has had a relationship with the AGLA for a long, long time. I don't know how long they've used this exact formula for calculating rates. The AGLA and the province will always have a pricing structure we can piggyback off of.
I appreciate that that is the case in that text, but this is a new formula that has only been implemented, and I'll ask Henry, since he's in the audience, how long has this formula been in place, Henry?
This formula now?
Yes.
Just got done this year.
Yeah, this is the first year. And until it goes to market or to tender, I agree. We are going to set one rate, and some people will have an advantage and some people will be less of an advantage, but it's so significantly below market that there is benefit to those leaseholders having it at that rate, especially for the fact that it's part of their current operation. We're giving some time for them to make other decisions. Lane.
The issue is how we're going to set the rate going forward for an animal unit. I think we all agree that it needs to reflect in some way what the going market rate is. How we establish that, that needs to be decided. We thought we had it settled. Changes have occurred that are outside of our control. We need to come back and have further conversation on that issue. But I think for the purpose of the draft going out to the public, let's move forward and say that we're going to have to determine how that rate is going to be set, but it needs to be tied somehow to market. And I think that gives us some flexibility.
I can agree with that. Okay, let's continue with pauses as needed.
Okay, so that conversation was very specifically related to the transitional community pasture lease rates. So that was the first item. And then if there is any further feedback with regards to the assignment fees, the fees themselves, so the AUM rate, there's an AUM rate that administration, again, like Arla said, I'll reiterate that, is that it's purely based on just the same principle of 2 times, not to confuse that with the rate setting that we just discussed, or that was just discussed. This is the assignment fee for family or lease sales, or sale of leases, sorry. That administration is determining what we're calling this assignment fee. So if they're sold or someone assigns the lease to a family member, this would be the rate that would be paid to the municipality. and that is being proposed at $450 per AUM as per established AUM allocation for the lease.
How many AM typically run on a quarter section? Just so I can do some math here.
Typically 35 on native grass.
So 35 times.
Equates to just under $16,000 per quarter.
Per quarter.
But what you got to realize though is that 35 is over the whole summer. So if you divide by 5 months for a whole summer, it's 35 divided by 5 is how many cattle are on a quarter section.
Yeah, it's all how you want to put them. You can 1 month, you can have 35 cows for 1 month. There's 7 cows there for 5 months. Yeah. And then we don't stipulate that. It's up to the leaseholder to determine when they want to graze those lands.
So Brian, what was the rate again per quarter based on the stocking rates, the 35 AUM? How much would it be per quarter?
Just under $16,000 per quarter as an assignment fee.
So what did it used to be then? That sounds like it will, for some reason that seems like it went up a lot. Did it go up a lot?
Yeah, it used to be 150 per.
So it used to be about 5,000, so now it went up
Right.
to 16. So there would be a significant gain for the MD.
Significant increase in fees for that. The assignment for family members was different than when you marketed your lease to somebody else for sale. That was a family membership transfer fee was $100 per quarter for both tax recovery leases and the MD grazing leases, which will both be yours.
Remember, we're dealing with a draft document. We can go out to the public and get some feedback on this.
And just to reiterate the rationalization, it was just, I think, from 2006. So it took the 2006 rate, inflation corrected it and then multiplied it by 2 to today's dollars. So it's not an extremely, I guess, difficult formula, but it provides transparency at how we got there, right? As a proposal for council's consideration.
And I think too, it's important to mention that the AUM does not stay the same per quarter every year. No, I believe it's per section. That changes according to how much grass, how much rain, all that kind of stuff. So it's not consistent year over year.
Again, yeah, we leave that a little bit to the discretion of the grazing leaseholder if it's really dry, there's years they don't graze it at all, just because there is no grass from previous years carryover, but there's other years where it rains 9 inches and they're able to get a little bit more than 35 off in those good years. And we're not there to count cows on every quarter, every year. It's just not feasible. And we trust our leaseholders to manage their grass accordingly.
Well, it's in their best interest to manage it.
And I would just add to this rate, the way the rate is applied, it is applied as established AUM. So it would be based on the 35. Just purely from a calculations perspective, that is what it would be based on. The way it's proposed.
Right. In previous leases, it was the rent was charged per acre, but this is a departure from that where we're charging per AUM.
Okay, and then the other really key pieces two pieces that we wanted to communicate was that the leases would stay the same even if there is a transfer. if it was transferred to somebody who qualifies for another type of lease, the lease itself would remain the same type of lease after the transfer. After the assignment, to use that language again. And then the role responsibility change would be that administration would then take on the role of completing these assignments, again, without any variance, as long as it was being proposed to align with the policy, then we would complete that as a organizational effectiveness or efficiency in processing. Okay, so continuing on, the grazing lease policy, surface leases. So we had some direction with regards to rates. So $300 per lease compensation was proposed, or was not proposed, was provided direction from council. Compensation be paid to the tenant only after the municipal district of Taber has received payment for the surface activity. There was also direction. There's an additional element that administration is being brought forward in the sense that not all the leases are equal. Majority of them, they fall within certain ranges, and so what administration is proposing, in the spirit of fairness, for compensation would be for $1,000 or larger. Over $1,000 would be $300. Between $1,000 and $500 for the total rental would equate to a $200 compensation payment. And then if it's under $500 for the actual rental rate, then it would be zero. There would be no payment. And that's just to align with the different types of lease amounts, the different types of rental rates that we receive. And then the last point would be the option to reduce the AUMs, and this would be an option and a tool for allowing the municipality to accommodate the removal of acres if there is a large enough, over 10% of the lease area is impacted. That way we could separate it, and then we could ensure that we're more accurately reflecting the amount of AUMs because of that change in lease size.
Questions, Ernie?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, just double checking.
Okay. Moving along, so the grazing leases. So for the particular grazing leases, administration did recognize the need to maintain a livestock identification, stocking reports, calculations of the AUM. So that section has been added for management and reporting as far as the grazing leases go themselves. And I'll maybe just do the next three or so that all apply to lease, or the next two that apply to leases. And the next item is the lease expiry dates. There had been the recommendation that we align better with the December 31st. And so that would be a recommendation for all agricultural land leases to expire on December 31st of the last year of the agreement. And again, that is just to ensure that they follow the years better for application of the lease or implementation of the lease. Okay, and maybe I'll just continue on. Stop me at any point or clarification. Grazing lease policy. So this was mentioned before, but this is with the intent of trying to be consistent with our residence clause. So resident of the MD of Taber, a municipality within the MD of Taber, or a bordering adjacent municipality, and that would be applied to our grazing lease policy to remain consistent. So we would also add an affidavit that would be required in order to enter into a grazing lease, just to ensure that the individual that's entering into the lease or the group would then validate that they are a resident of one of the municipalities adjacent to the MD of Taber or of the MD of Taber itself. And then under the grazing lease policy, so lease termination, we looked at the 30-day notice, just under the grouping, or under sufficiency actually, just to ensure that that is sufficient. And so we did get some legal response, legal opinion on that, and that it does satisfy the requirements. And so that would be remain sufficient as far as the requirements go of the municipality. Certainly up to council's discretion as to what that is. The 3A3 or 3A, if the tenant has not used the leased lands for grazing for 2 or more years and has not provided an acceptable rationale to council on 30 days written notice. So this would be an addition. This would be a change to the lease termination clause. And so this, the additional piece was an acceptable rationale to council. So just provides council with with some expectations of what they would receive from a tenant or from a for somebody who's proposing to have their lease without any grazing for more than 2 years.
I believe that previously referenced administration.
Correct.
And that council expressly made direction for it to reference council.
And the grazing lease policy, so there's a grandfather clause existing in the grazing lease policy for previously grandfathered non-resident leaseholders, the ability to enter into transitional leases upon expiry of their current lease. And that was something that was felt would need to be added into the grazing lease policy to facilitate that process.
So how does that then deal with family transfer? Non-resident, is that also grandfathered?
I would think you fall under the same terms of the transitional lease and policy, whether you're grandfathered or not grandfathered. And again, it's only for 5 years, right? So that expires after the 5 years when they tender those leases.
We may need to seek some additional clarification if that specific question, then we could pose that question and as our next step and gather that as feedback today. Currently.
Actually, it might already be addressed in the ability to get leases as long as you're in surrounding municipalities. I don't believe we have any of those grandfathered clauses that would have been outside of that, if I remember correctly. So then that would address that.
Thinking off the top of my head, I think all the grandfathered ones are in adjacent municipalities. Yeah.
Facilitate that. Right. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that would definitely, those two would go together. Yeah. Okay, so the grazing lease policy, so the land sales process was removed from the grazing lease policy, and it's just referencing the land sales policy now. That was important to keep that policy clear and concise in its own policy. The grazing lease policy, and lease. Clerical acknowledgements, so initial boxes being added to ensure acknowledgement and understanding, and so that was felt it was important that as we're establishing an understanding between the MD of Taber and our leaseholders, that there's an acknowledgement that is available in a box form where they would check it or initial it, and then you'd move throughout the lease, and then they would identify that they've acknowledged all the components of the lease. There is a specific reference here to specific legal review time, the terms of the lease, any specific conditions of the lease, and then specifically dates, just to ensure that there's acknowledgement of those dates. I would say that those initial boxes are quite consistent. Like you see them in many agreements. So, whether it be the bottom corner of a page, this is just being proposed throughout, just to ensure that those important aspects of the lease are acknowledged. The grazing lease policy. So the specific to community pasture lease, the terms. Tenants will be granted one further option to renew a further 10-year term, as long as the tenant is in good standing and in compliance with their lease. And so there is an administrative recommendation for one versus a, and it's just been identified, and we just wanted to clarify that for council, and that council continues to and always continues to have the discretion. So it was important. We want to make note that council continues to have the discretion with regards to renewal of leases as per our policies. So as we establish the end of a lease, and then council's discretion would be then applied to renewals of any sort. So
If that's the case, shouldn't the word after tenants be may instead of will, if the discretion remains with council?
I think when we've debated those words, thank you, they're, they do get a little confusing. Okay, Lee.
I'm wondering if we need to look at separating community pastures from grazing leases.
It's separated as a type of grazing lease.
But even this is indicating, though, that the community pasture lease is not going to go on in perpetuity and have renewals, unless I'm missing something.
I think it contemplates an additional term renewal. Based on what I thought I understood, or at least what council had given us direction on, is
So each term would have a clause for an additional term.
so there's an initial, for community pastures specifically, there's a 10-year term with the potential for one additional term.
And what happens at the end of that one additional term?
Then it expires, and then council of the day establishes their way forward specific to community pasture.
Okay, and I guess that's why I was wondering if we need to look at providing some certainty as to what the future holds for community pastures, community grazing associations, that they're not going to have to be coming back every 10 years, that there is some certainty
This would be every
for the long term.
essentially every 20 years. At some point too, council will have to reconcile the municipality as a landowner too, right? Having rights as a landowner, but I recognize that's far above my pay grade. But
So are you looking for motion then, and we go ahead and put this out there in draft form as well and invite public comment, similar to what we're requesting for the others?
yeah, if that's where council wants to move.
I'm okay with it all. Like, I should note, just as I voted in the past, I'm not in favor of the sale, but I didn't, the majority of council won. But I just feel that since the last council meeting, the rate is not what we felt it would be. So I feel we need to have some discussion on how we would set that rate and how it could be adjusted going forward so that there is a mechanism. And I'll use the, for lack of not using the right words, for Lethbridge County, when they set their head tax, they set an amount. They didn't have a inflationary amount or an adjustment amount. So their rate's been the same for always since they set it. And that was one advice they gave to us if we were to look at a head tax. And I feel the same with lands. Like, somehow council has to be able to adjust it, but I respect that leaseholders need predictability. So, do we do it $30 and then inflation? I'm a bit at a loss, and partly because the provincial rate, even though it's been researched, it hasn't been tested very well yet. This is the first year. And so I fell into it. I was like, no, this will work. This is a compromise. But then when it didn't, I was like, oh, darn. Because I have made decisions at this table based on another municipality, and then it's backfired. We have to make our own decision. So, if it's 2610, I'll live with that because we researched that and felt it would be a reasonable amount. Or if it's $30 with ability to have inflation every year, or council to review it every 2 years so that we give them some stability for 2. And just the fact that it would eventually go to tender or for sale anyways. So maybe, like you said, that we have to finalize, if we're gonna make the motion to go to public consultation, there should be a note that the rate is not finalized, that council has to do additional work to determine that. I don't know how the rest of council feels with that. Seems a bit vague, but it depends what day we go to the public. Ernie, any thoughts?
No, I'm okay for now.
Okay. Martin, on the rate?
The public's gonna come back to us, I think. Oh, sorry, Ernie, are you still talking?
Well, no, I'm just pretty happy with what Tamara is suggesting. So that seems fine to me. Either way, I've received text messages saying that either way is acceptable.
Well, we're going to public with it anyhow, so we'll come back with what public.
Exactly. Exactly.
And I suspect 2610 was too low because no one complained about that, and no one complained about 2 times the rate, so it was too low, but that's not what I'm basing it off of. I'm trying to provide some predictability for the leaseholder and the municipality. John?
Yeah, I think 2610 was accepted at the time. That was also with no ability at oil and gas. So that was accepted with both of those things in place. So I would suggest that 2610 is way too low.
Okay, so we need to do some more research on it. Is that too vague for council or for administration to move forward on? And if we come back with a rate?
Well, there's no resolution, so it's vague. I'm fine if it goes to council, then, if it goes to public consultation.
Okay.
And we'll regroup. But
yeah, and then we just need to do our own homework and come to the table or come to the public. Because the intent at a public consultation is to hear the public. We've not necessarily got involved in the debate except for once, and that wasn't super good. Kate? So then a motion to take the MD of Tabor grazing lease policy to public consultation. Yeah. Nope, I think that's good. Martin.
I just want to clarify timeline and everything, what we're doing here.
Mhm.
So we're gonna take it to public. And then we're gonna come back to a meeting. But when exactly does these leases expire? We have to have something in place for that date. Will we have another meeting before the leases expire, or do we gotta, that's what I'm trying to get, do we have to extend it so we're not making decisions after leases expire?
February 28th, 2026 is the lease expiry on.
So we will have another meeting before that.
Day before that, yep.
So if we don't get everything done, we can extend it then to,
And I do 100% agree with you that this feels not fair for someone who has a lease because they don't know, because that's why we hustle to try to have it done before the election. But this is where we're at now. So then we still have to do our diligence.
try to get it done.
Yes.
Extension isn't your only option either.
This is unfair to everyone, not just leaseholders. It's also unfair to the public, it's unfair to council, it's unfair to administration.
So we do have a council meeting February 10th, committee of the whole the 17th, and then February 24th are our meetings. So
Just, yeah, so we got time then. So
are you
we're-
willing to make that motion then?
To which,
The one that's in front of us?
I'll make that motion, yeah.
Okay, so Martin moves that the MD of Tabor proceed with public consultation on the draft MDT grazing policy and leases, and further that it be clearly communicated to the public that the rental rate has not been determined. Any questions or comments on that motion? Those in favor? I can't see Ernie. Did he vote in favor? Oh, yeah, you're in favor. That motion is carried. So, well, that's in 11.4.
Reed Minaga, I just want to mention too that we did have proposed planning to add an appendix as well. That we hope adds value as far as just really clearly defining what the individual quarter sections assigned to each type of lease. So that will be added. It was just a note at the end there. So.
Yeah. The work that's been done on this is astounding to me in a very tight timeline. So there is no question to me that administration has made this a priority, and council appreciates that. Whichever decision we lay on, we know administration has been working hard. Okay, so we are ready to go to cultivated lands policy and lease. I did text Murray.
So we're done with all the other ones here, the template, we don't have to discuss.
Nope, because they all flow through the policy. So again, nothing's finalized.
So we can still change it.
Yeah, well, the template comes from the policy. Everything has to be in alignment.
Well, there's just one thing about template.
Go ahead and then bring that forward. Okay,
It was 2.5.
2.5 on which of the templates?
Grazing lease.
Okay, so there's
The community pasture.
the transitional
Or the
or just the
transitional.
tender.
It's about, the rate, I think it says on there, the rate to be set by policy or whatever, but I think it should have a number in there, not set by policy, because it should be a number, not.
It's not in the transitional one. Okay, 2.5. Okay, I don't think it's 2.5 because Oh, is this what it is? The tenant further acknowledges and agrees and accept the amendments to the policy may act the tenant's right under this lease?
Yeah. So agree to accept the policy. So if the policy changes on price or whatever, I'm not sure how that's gonna affect. On their thing, it should.
So I guess that how I read a contract is if something changes in it, then you have the right to get out of it or to bring it to council to dispute. You're okay, we're just talking in general.
So it's related to policy, I think if it's related to policy, it shouldn't be like for a year you default and change policy, now it changed the whole template, pretty much, you change the policy. It's a tough one.
But that's
I
what-
can actually appreciate the feedback.
Yeah.
Especially in the context of referencing provincial government policy and rates.
Right, because they're continually changing.
Same deal, same issue, same impact.
Well, we can discuss that.
Okay, 2.5, and that was, yeah, it's the same on all of them for 2.5, just so you know. Okay, all right,
Okay, I'm leaving.
all right,
Clarity before I leave, I guess.
409.
Okay, I declare I got pecuniary interest on the cultivated land lease policy and lease, so I will be stepping out till I get called back, and I'd like to come back to council before it closes, so.
Yeah.
I'll just give me a call.
Can I text you or
Yeah.
call you? Text you is okay? Okay.
Yep.
Just a general, and I'll reiterate this with respect to the next agenda item. Speaking of public consultation, I just want to provide, I guess, clarity or a cautionary perspective.
Okay, on that one, shouldn't we have Martin here?
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just
No,
trying to navigate everybody. So let's just, yeah. You want me to go get him and then move to
No,
11.4?
well, I'll remember it.
Okay. Sorry, Brian.
Just go ahead.
Okay, so we're switching to cultivated lands policy and lease. And so this, we did receive feedback from council with regards to some proposed, or not proposed, but some direction related to changes that are requested by council. We took a slightly different approach in this memo. There were less changes. We utilized the resolutions in order to just provide updates here. So you can see that the cultivation lease policy was amended to include the assignments, and that was for immediate family members only. So just to be clear, that doesn't include the sale of leases, like lease sales. When we talk about assignments, this is just very specifically assignments to family members. There's also another resolution that provided cultivation lease policy to be amended to reflect considerations may be given for crop compensation. So we did add, and we can go through them as well. In the event that an early termination or for any other circumstances, that there could be a crop compensation that's adjusted as well or provided for the leasee. And then resolution C 2026-21 that included the recognition of a draft land sales policy that would accommodate cultivation as well. So cultivation and grazing lands were included both in that land sales. I just in general too, we tried to highlight just some of the definition of eligibility to participate in bidding and possessing cultivation leases. We tried to, and we can recognize these as we go through them, assignments to immediate family members, tenant purchase options, lease tender process, as well as an appendix that would list, as mentioned in the grazing side, that would list all of the particular leases individual quarter sections that are assigned under this particular type of lease. And it's intended to just provide just clarity with respect to the policy. Okay, so if we want to move into, we did make a statement here, and we did made this on the other one too, just recognition that as we move forward, we will, administration does plan to bring back existing policy that needs to be aligned with the decisions of council of the day. So as we move forward, there will be a need to look at some of our past policies, and administration will be prepared to do that and bring that back in front of council as the next step as far as adopting some of the new policy that's in place or being presented to council. So if we go into the draft cultivation land policy, we'll use a similar model that we used in the other the previous ones for grazing. So we won't go through each individual item unless council would like to, but this applies to the approximately 6,000 acres of the deeded cultivated lands in the MD of Taber. Again, agricultural lands and deeded lands. Some roles and responsibilities have been defined within the policies. They're specific to council, whether to sell or retain cultivated lands when leases are surrendered, very specifically up to council's discretion. Rental rates established by council, and any compensation payable by the MD under the policy, and review of the approving updates for transfer fees, any fees that apply to them. Just gonna grab 1 second. Just give me 1 second. My mine closed up on here. Sorry, I just lost my connection. Okay, here we are. We're back. Sorry. Okay, so policy guidelines and procedures. So we're going to go through them. So the lease term will run 5 consecutive crop years. Surrendering of the cultivation leases by leaseholders, subject to a one-time first right of refusal as per below. So they sell the quarter by way of public tender, closing tender, or public auction, or to relet the land for the lease term to be determined by council, solicit proposals from its resident, solicit proposals from a resident of the MD of Taber, an adjacent municipality, or a municipality within the MD of Taber, and for an alternative use of the lands. And so these are the circumstances, again, where leaseholders choose to surrender their leases, where council can resolve. Sorry. Thinking of another approach with that. Do you want to take a run on that? Subject to, let me just read it out. Subject to the one-time first right of refusal below, in circumstances where leaseholders choose to surrender their lease to the MD of Taber, MD Taber Council can resolve to either, and then that's where the list applies, sell the quarter by public tender, close tender, or public auction, or relet the land for a lease term to be determined by council, solicit proposals from its residents of the MD of Taber and adjacent municipality, or a municipality within the MD of Taber, and for any alternative use of the land. Surrender of cultivation leases by leaseholders, the tender will be based on cash rent for the term for the lease. New cultivation leases carry no future entitlement to lease the land. If the land is to be retendered for lease, only a resident of the MD of Taber, an adjacent municipality, or the municipality within the MD of Taber are eligible to submit bids. And this is, again, to be consistent with that residential requirement. Despite the above, for any cultivation lease that is set to expire in or before 2027, administration will carry out the tender process in a way that will allow tenants under expiring leases to be granted a one-time first right of refusal to release the cultivated lands. The terms of this limit first right of refusal will be as follows. Upon selecting a successful bid or tender, administration will give written notice to the previous tenant holder of the right of first refusal, and the notice will include details of the successful bid or tender and other terms and conditions of the proposed lease, essentially the offer notice. The proposed tenant will be given 15 days from receiving the offer notice to either accept the new lease on the terms and at the price outlined in the offer notice, and failing such acceptance, the MD of Taber will be permitted to lease the cultivated lands to another tenant or occupant, and the previous tenant's rights of first refusal will be automatically terminated. And if the previous tenant accepts the offer presented under one above, the term of the new lease will be 5 years unless otherwise approved by council. So it does refer to discretion of council throughout. You can see that there are items where council continues to maintain that discretion with regards to cultivated lands. And then E, this will be a one-time first right of refusal offered to tenants of leases that expire in or before 2027 only. For clarification, after 2027, previous leaseholders will not be given the preferential treatment and will not benefit from any first right of refusal to lease cultivated lands. So I'll continue on. The surrendering of lease interest process. So leaseholders are providing written notice to the MD of Taber with their intentions to surrender their lease back to the MD of Taber and remove themselves from the lease premise. Council determines if the land is to be sold, retendered, or leased, or solicit proposals from alternative use. And this is where we start making reference to the land sales process again. So you can see it says C sales process. Whenever there's the opportunity within either of the policies that refer to sales, we're referring to our land sales policy. Prospective tender eligibility conditional on the bidder being in good standing with the MD of Taber, having no outstanding rents, property taxes, utility accounts, or bylaw enforcement or compliance orders. Prospective tenant must be a resident of the MD of Taber, an adjacent municipality, or a municipality within the MD of Taber. Although the wording is just slightly different, it essentially says any adjacent municipalities. Adjacency can be within or outside of our borders, as long as they're adjacent by definition to the MD of Taber, and that there's the residency aspect of it as well. As per established council policy, administration undertakes a tender process to relet the lease premise, and then replacement lease agreement executed with the new leasee. So that is just essentially just the surrendering of lease process itself. Irrigation of MDT cultivated lands are addressed in the policy as well. So leaseholders must apply and receive written approval from the MD of Taber prior to irrigating any MD of Taber lands. Where approval has been provided by the MD, a new lease will be required that is subject to a 5-year term unless otherwise approved by council. The leaseholder is responsible for any costs associated with the purchase, installation, operations, and maintenance of the irrigation infrastructure, purchasing of any water rights, and payments of annual water rates are the responsibility of the leaseholder as well. And annual rental rates for irrigating MD of Taber lands will be established by council. Maybe I'll just pause for a second, is if there's any additional questions or feedback, or if this method of going through the policy is sufficient for council. Karen, okay. Okay, so lease improvements. So provided that the leaseholder has acquired consent from the MD of Taber, which will not be unreasonably withheld, the leasee will have the right to make improvements to the demised property that are deemed to be a benefit to the lease area. All improvements undertaken will be at the sole expense of the leasee. And the leasee has the right within 6 months of the termination or self-removal, will have the right within 6 months of the termination or self-removal from the lease to take, remove, or carry away any of the demised property, all of the leasee's fixtures. If fixtures are not removed within 6 months, then such fixtures become property of the MD of Taber.
So if I might Um, just reference kind of the memo back to the policy again. Really, again, the policy is redlined to reflect the changes. There wasn't too terribly like a ton of changes. So if you scroll down to section 7B, here it references the direction as it relates to crop loss. If there's an early termination, then it gives flexibility for the municipality to consider compensation for potential crop loss in the case of an early termination. Again, that was last direction of council. And then you scroll down further as it relates to assignments. This reflects during that initial 5-year term the capacity and ability to now do that is to assign it to a family member as per the definition of family member, so long as they meet the residency requirements of living within the MD of Taber, a municipality within the MD of Taber, or an adjoining municipality to the MD of Taber. So that's the other big change here that reflects that. Transfer fee is a discussion yet to be had in that respect, like as it relates specific to a family member assignment, whether or not that matters to council or not. We haven't had that conversation with council yet. So, and then the purchase option side of things, essentially similar to the grazing scenario, it references the new land sales policy, the new agricultural land sales policy. And that's kind of the big, I don't know if you want to call them the big changes, but the directed changes that council had given administration to implement. So agree, yeah.
Is Murray gonna make a motion? Okay, I'll wait.
So is it being the policy where we state something about checking for aggregate, for gravel? Somebody's land if we do sell it?
That's something that's actually identified in the agricultural land sales policy. Yeah, and the land sales policy addresses both grazing and cultivation.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, you weren't in the room, but-
I wasn't in the room for that, but I thought I'd seen it somewhere, so I read it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Lee.
So if there's no further discussion on it, I'll make a motion that we go ahead with the community engagement process on this one as well.
Thank you, Lane. A motion is made to go ahead to proceed with the public engagement process on the cultivated lands, lease land policy. Any further questions? Those in favor? Ernie, do you have a question or you're just ready to vote?
I just raised my hand to vote.
Okay, we're just slow. Sorry. We're getting tired. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, let's take 5 minutes and we'll have, I'm gonna text Martin to come back. We are moving now on to land policy changes, public engagement consideration.
So specific to this, I'll have kind of Bryce outline what we're suggesting. We'll see if if that would meet council's expectations or not. But before that, I just kind of wanted to provide, I guess, additional comment of clarity or caution, if you want to call it caution, I don't know. Lessons learned, but there's been 3 policies now referred to. So the land sales policy, grazing lands policy, and the cultivation policy referred to public engagement consultation. I just want to be clear and that the municipality has taken some public criticism for going to consultation and then changing it after public consultation. Now, it sounds like a double-edged sword, right? Well, that makes sense. If you get consultation, you might want to consider those changes, or you might consider something else as a council completely different. I believe it's well within council's jurisdiction to land wherever they land, regardless of the consultation. But just to be aware of that reality more than anything. So procedurally, you're not mandated for that consultation to necessarily reflect your end outcome as council. But it's more so just based on past experience, you can expect some sort of public feedback one way or the other. That's all. Bryce, do you want to speak to the suggested process?
So the process being outlined will apply to both cultivation. We'll be presenting both cultivation and grazing lease policy and leases. Administration will be prepared to present the proposed changes on both types, both classifications of agricultural land. And we're proposing an opportunity on February 10th. So that would be at 7 p.m. at our municipal operations and maintenance building. And prior to that, we would be prepared to present the public with access to the proposed leases, the proposed policies, consistently on our MD of Tabor website with our land management plan page. So just to remain consistent, so the public is well aware of where to go to get that information, and that it'll be available to them prior to the engagement opportunity. We will also advertise that social media, local news. We will receive written feedback, and written feedback specifically provided to the manager of lands planning development, and that would be prior to February 24th. That would be available for consideration by council when it comes to any final decision making related to the policies and leases. One thing we did want to note here is that administration will not be equipped to speak to or answer questions on behalf of the policies and leases. We'll leave that with council at the opportunity. Council's decisions, council's policies, right? Council's making those decisions. So we certainly wouldn't want to take that opportunity away. As the proposal is put forward, we also provide a resolution that would help just be proposed for council in order to move forward with the engagement as presented.
So
John?
My understanding is that you won't be speaking to the policy at all, but will you be presenting it? Will administration be presenting the policy changes?
So administration can present what's being proposed to change, like in the draft policies, outline the draft policies, but we're not equipped to speak to council's rationale behind it.
I would also suggest that in previous consultations, council hasn't, it's gathering only. And so getting into a debate, I don't think is proper either, because I think then it kind of steers the conversation. So my suggestion would be that council just is there to observe, and any comments that are made would be gathered by administration.
Yeah, that's referenced here too, that we'll present and outline the changes and capture feedback. But it's with respect to answering any questions, we're not equipped to do it. And if that's not the expectation that council has for that evening, then we can make that expectation clear at the beginning of the session. I'm just forecasting perhaps based on past experience how it might go, but
Yeah, so I don't, some of you have maybe attended or watched our past consultations were online, or are online now. They were recorded and are online. Just because the most people are in the room with a certain opinion doesn't mean it's the only opinion out there. It's another form to gather feedback. I will only, on this position of administration, written feedback deadline February 24th. I think that's too long, because if we're having our meeting on February 24th, shouldn't it be sooner than that?
yeah, it would make it essentially a week period to receive feedback if that was the case.
Well,
and that's fine if that's, I mean, we're already in a time crunch, but.
I know, but if they leave it open till the 24th. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I would suggest we leave it open until the 17th. Then people that want to respond would have a week to respond. And then we would have a week to disseminate the responses.
People who are engaged are going to continue to be engaged, and then it still is on the back of council to make the decision, which is why you're elected. Whether you're getting text messages or advice from someone else, we all have those people, but in the end, we're the ones who are going to make the vote and have an outcome. So what do you want from us? Go ahead, Martin.
But so at this, if we choose to talk, we could talk, right? We're not, hands aren't tied. Like if I want to talk to somebody or say something, right, we can still communicate back and forth.
When we had a public engagement person with us, they suggested we didn't. We had one time a counselor started back and forth, and it got really not very pleasant.
But we can, right? We can.
Well, I can't tell you what to do. It's just, it
Yeah.
it
I
is.
just want to make it clear, we can still do it. It might not go well, but there's nothing in the law saying we can't have a discussion. Even though it went bad the one time.
Well, it was the only time a counselor engaged that way, and it went bad. So I'm just sharing the advice we received from the public engagement guy, and we're there to hear what they have to say. But yeah, I can't, none of us can tell any one of us who are not breaking the law what to do. And even then, it's not up to us to enforce the law. I won't get in a debate at a public engagement session.
For clarity, there's no matters of law with respect to speaking at such an event, if that's what you're looking for.
Let's make a motion.
I can give you the motion that the Municipal District Taber direct administration to coordinate and facilitate a public engagement and consultation opportunity on February 10th, 2026, located at the Municipal Operations and Maintenance Building at 7 p.m., presenting proposed changes and grazing lease policy revisions, revised grazing leases, cultivation lands policy revisions, cultivation lease revisions, and the new land sales policy, while capturing feedback for council consideration at the February 24th, 2026 council meeting.
Any comments or questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay. Consent, Anything else on that? We can carry on. Hearing none. Consent agenda exceptions. We're looking for a motion to go ahead, John.
Yes, I would like to propose that we draft a letter to the new Minister of Environment, similar to what we had for the previous one, for the Horsefly Lake spillway funding.
And request a meeting?
And request a meeting, and maybe it's best to use our time in Edmonton to do Edmonton things. Maybe we request a meeting in the constituency whenever the minister's available.
So the motion is to draft a letter to the Minister of Environment to provide an update on the Horsefly drainage project and request a in-person meeting. I know that's. John, just please review that.
Funding after project.
Okay.
There you go. Thank you.
Motion reads, Council direct administration to draft a letter to the Minister of Environment and Protected Areas requesting an update with regard to the Horsefly spillway project funding and further to request an in-person meeting. Any questions? Those in favor? That motion is carried. All right, council requests for information and motion. I have received two. One was on counselor who would like to ensure future budget discussions include fire service billing or fire service delivery. Yeah. Okay, and the second one. Okay, what did you tell me, Martin? Yep, go ahead, please.
I actually have two, but
Okay, go
we'll do
ahead.
one now.
You can do.
Wanted just to look into seeing how much money a head tax would bring us, like the county of Lethbridge has, it brings them millions of dollars. And it does a lot of, I'm assuming in enchant, that's what we gotta buy a second grader, like feedlots do a lot of wear and tear on the roads and et cetera. I'd just like to see what benefit that would do if we move into like Lethbridge. I know we can always, you can always change something, but we're missing out on money. And if we come up with a better idea to do something else later, but meanwhile, we're losing out on money that other municipalities are getting from same thing. So just to see what
Okay,
it would.
so have administration prepare a discussion on potential of similar to County of Lethbridge head tax bylaw on feedlots. Yes, Lane?
Is it going to be just on the head tax for feedlots, or is it going to include the broader topic that has been discussed, where we're looking at a different levy being applied to irrigated land? I think this is one of the things that I'm hoping is going to come up for discussion during the next 2 days, and direction would come out of that as to how we want administration to invest their time and effort going forward. I'm just concerned that if we have them focus on head tax when that's not really the direction that we're going to go in the end, there's going to be time and effort expended that is chasing down a rabbit hole that we may not be going after.
Marty, are you open to that?
I can bring it back to the next council meeting, then I'll wait to see where we discuss the next 2 days, see what we come up with, and if not, I'll bring it back to the next meeting then and see where we land.
Sounds good. your other one, did you want to bring?
Yeah, I requested a while back, there was an incident in our room with Councillor Takado and we asked for legal advice on, just wondering where it's standing. That incident that happened in the back room.
I don't know of a motion on that particular incident.
Direction I received was to provide response back, which I shared with Reeve and Deputy Reeve, but I can share it to all of council as needed if it hasn't been.
Yeah. I just wanted to know where it stood. I thought I asked for like, but maybe I didn't. Sometimes I speak in my own head and it doesn't come out, but.
Okay, I'll follow up and then I'll phone you and
Okay.
discuss with you, just so that I
Okay.
understand what you're talking,
Yeah.
like exactly what you're after. Okay, anyone else for council requests for information and motion?
Well,
Go ahead, Ernie.
I have had several indications from my constituents that they would be totally okay with a $5 an acre tax just to raise money for the MD. And the more I think about that, I think that includes the cattle part of it. That includes the potato growers and at times the sugar beet growers. It includes everybody that's benefiting from our roads. I just don't know if it's possible, but I do think that I should bring it up at some point in time, because that's unusual for a constituent to say, hey, yeah, tax us.
Again, that might come out of tomorrow's strategic planning, so please don't leave that. I appreciate you sharing. Okay, anything else? So we do have, okay, everything's done till closed session, right, Lace?
Yeah, I just don't know if there was a specific motion made about.
Lane's item?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
I'm not sure if that was the actual
yeah,
motion or if we
yeah,
just talked
the
about it.
motion should be to include fire service delivery billing in future budget discussions. Does that work for you, Lane? Okay. Okay, so remove budget discussions.
Can we just say in next committee of the whole?
Sure.
It'll be a draft bylaw and that's fine. That's fine.
Does that work okay?
Sorry.
Okay, so the motion reads that council direct administration to present a fire service delivery billing agenda topic at the next committee of the whole meeting. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, Lane, you're okay with not making motion on yours? And I'll follow up on number 3 and maybe tomorrow number 2 will come out. Martin, I said Lane, but I meant Martin. Okay, so now we just have the 2 closed session items.
Yes.
Okay, So I will be asking for a motion to go into close. We have closed session pursuant to section 1972, the MGA, sections 20 of the Access to Information Act, ATIA, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third-party funding request. The second item is closed session pursuant to section 1972 of the MGA, section 16 and 14 of Div 2, part 1 of ATIA, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 16, and disclosure harmful to intergovernment relations, sub 14, land purchases.
Motion to go into closed session.
Okay, Murray at 4:49. Those in favor? That's carried. All right, so we'll ask for a motion to come out of closed. John, Murray's making that motion to come out of closed
Oh, yeah, once we have a closed session.
at 5:20. Those in favor? That motion's carried. Okay, we have some motions coming out of closed session.
That the Municipal District of Tabor provide a letter to support the Tabor and District Housing Foundation to provide up to $4 million in financial assistance for the Clearview Lodge expansion and modernization project. And further, that said financial assistance from the Municipal District of Tabor for the Clearview Lodge expansion and modernization project is conditional to the Tabor and District Housing Foundation obtaining the necessary funding contributions from the Government of Alberta, CMHC, Town of Tabor, and other partner municipalities within the MD of Tabor, the Municipal District of Tabor region, as per either attached proposed funding scenario.
So, just for clarity, you're essentially wanting to confirm resolution
Yes.
C.
Please confirm resolution C-2023-126.
Yeah, so that would be the motion, just simply confirming the resolution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Yep.
So John graciously read in a whole bunch of words, but this is important information because it does include the details of resolution 2023-126. So with that, council, do you have any questions or comments on the resolution to confirm the motion made to confirm resolution C-2023-126? Seeing none, call the question. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we have some more motions. Okay. Yeah, don't do this
Do
one.
the second one?
Okay, go, John, or Lane or John.
I'll go ahead. So, that the council direct administration to sign the Bow River Irrigation District, BRID, letter of intent to purchase a portion of Southwest 27, 13, 18, west of the 4th, as outlined in the right-of-way plan, attachment B, agreeing to the sale of the land at fair market value.
Okay. Any questions on the read-in motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is approved.
And I'll move that council direct administration to draft a road closure bylaw for the portion of the Township Road 13-4 required for the development of the Dead Horse Reservoir project for council consideration.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, I believe we have covered all items on this agenda. Thank you to council and administration and the public who were involved in this meeting. Last motion.
Motion to adjourn.
5:23 p.m.